Hey, and welcome back to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris from Wolverine Films. We're reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we're looking at Season 2, Episode 1, entitled The Dundies. The Dundies is the first episode of the second season of The Office, or 7th overall. It was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Greg Daniels. It originally aired in September of 2005 and was viewed by about 9 million people, which is way up from where the last season ended. This is undeniably related to Steve Carell's role in the breakout hit, 40-Year-Old Virgin, that released about a month and a half earlier than this premiere.
It's so good and Bruce Almighty.
The setup for this episode is very simple, and it revolves mostly around a non-company sponsored event in which Michael Scott gets to MC a show and hand out invented awards to his staff. So let's release the Dundies.
No one asked you anything ever?
Deep breaths, everyone. Season 2 has officially started. The more I researched this one, the more I found out that there was a lot of things to talk about, so I'm going to give you as much as I can in the shortest amount of time. The first thing I wanted to talk about was that there was some drama with The Office shooting on location at the Chili's. The story goes that NBC and Chili's had an initial agreement on allowing the show to be shot there, but the script was delayed. By the time that Chili's saw the final script, they were actually upset when they saw that Pam was going to get drunk and vomit all over the Chili's. Chili's then backed out of the deal. But Carell came up with the compromise of scrapping the vomit and having Pam just fall from a chair and Dwight's overreaction. Chili's still wasn't very comfortable about Pam getting overly intoxicated in the restaurant, so the script was changed to show Pam swiping other people's drinks. And this clip of the manager was tacked on at the end so that Chili's could maintain their family-friendly brand. And I actually thought it worked out great for them. Having one of the most harmless characters barred from a Chili's is pretty funny. And it's also been discussed that Jenna Fischer doesn't drink much alcohol, so BJ Novak took her out to get her drunk to watch how she behaved, and this way he could provide some tips on her mannerism while she was intoxicated. And there's honestly a ton of Michaelisms and other funny stuff from this episode, but I'll throw in some clips along the way. Instead, I want to briefly talk about the optimism presented in this episode. With Carell's star power on the rise, NBC wanted to shift the tone of the show from a darker, bleaker look at the American workplace into the lighter, more upbeat show that we've all come to know and love. This episode marks a first in that effort, but I think this is the moment that's pivotal for the entire show.
Yay, Kevin! Woohoo! For Kevin! For sticking up the bedroom!
All right, Ken.
This is the first time that Michael Scott is humanized in the series. And if Jim and Pam, mostly Pam in this case, our voice of reason and center of balance in this show is standing up for Michael Scott, then we, as the audience, are presented with the question, would we also stand up for Michael? At this point in the series, with everything we've seen, I think the answer is a resounding no, but the writers merely forcing us to ask the question to ourselves, and then seeing Michael throughout the remainder of this episode, they're already working really hard to arc his character. And I have more to say about that, but let's dive into the deeper meaning for that. Well, wait, okay. I don't want to be weird about this sign, but now I'm obsessed. Is it just me, or did the sign get smaller? What is this advertising? Okay, now on to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I believe the thesis of this episode is recognition. Michael's take on this is shown in his monologue early on.
And he'll tell his neighbor, hey, did you get an award? And the neighbor will say, no, man. I mean, I slave all day. Nobody notices me.
And Michael's pretty bullheaded, forcing his employees to attend this event.
Are like a car wreck that you want to look away, but you have to stare at it because your boss is making you.
Even after he's been told there's no budget for the event, Michael coerces his employees to bring their spouses just to increase their commitment to be there. But why does he do this? Well, do a quick Google search. Why is recognition important? You'll get a ton of responses. According to Google, 283 billion results in 0.62 seconds. Most of those probably aren't going to be relevant, but recognition in the workplace, in the community, and in our family units are ways that we can express that someone's presence is important to us. And sometimes just knowing that you're seen, knowing that you're recognized, is more than enough to keep you going. And you can show recognition to us just by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. And Michael seems to get this pretty clearly. And maybe it's just me reading into this, but he seems to be suggesting in his monologue that he wishes he would get that recognition that he's also trying to give to others. Part of Michael's issue, though, is that he recognizes people for things that they'd rather not be recognized for. However, after Michael is recognized for something he doesn't want to be,
You know what, guys? We're just having a little office party, so if you want to... Hey, cool it, guys, really.
You suck, man.
he's then stood up for by Jim and Pam, which is an act of recognition in it and of itself. And it's at this point in the show that something changes.
Let's give Michael a round of of applause for emceeing tonight because this is a lot harder than it looks.
Junk Pam starts emboldening Michael to carry on with the show, and Jim and the rest of the staff follow along. Stanley even comes up to do a speech, and we see this grump crack some jokes, and even Kevin is now having fun with the demeaning award that he received. From here, and this is purely speculation, Michael gives Pam the Whitest Shoes Award, which is so basic and funny, but I think it's completely possible that Michael, reading the room and the energy and understanding the value of positively recognizing somebody, might have thought, you know, I shouldn't give her this longest engagement award. So I think he called an audible at the last minute. He announced that Pam won the Whitest Shoes Award, but the award was really still just the longest engagement. After all, when would he have had time to change the words on the trophy from longest engagement to whitest sneakers? That's neither here nor there, though. I think boiled down, this message is that sometimes we can make someone's day better just by speaking a kind word and recognizing them and their unique role in our life. We even get to see this play out in this moment where Michael gives Dwight some recognition for his work and the success of the evening.
Great work tonight, Winchester. Excellent.
Thanks.
That's that too, but I mean with the audio. Great work.
So whoever knew that an episode about the Dundies would be so deep? Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an opportunity to introduce us to the multiple faces of Michael Scott.
The PLO, the IRA, and the hot dog stand behind the warehouse.
Name 3 businesses that have better healthcare plans than Dunder Mifflin. The Dundies! How can I explain it? I want you, I created. I'm happy that you all made it. You never have to work so hard and feel no one notices you.
Yeah, rubbish and good.
Oh, good. I'm just in time for ping.
Oh, that'll be fair. And Mr. Horny, right? You know.
What gives you the right?
All right, and I don't know if this is just the battle scars of season 1 showing its wares on me, but this episode is really good, and I didn't even get into the Jim and Pam stuff that much.
Yeah!
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. What? Oh my God.
Hey, can I ask you a question? I just wanted to say thanks.
I give this episode a 4 out of 5. In the DVD commentary, it's mentioned that Daniels had the idea for this episode based on similar events that he attended while he was working on the King of the Hill show. In fact, he wanted to base the pilot on this concept, but NBC found it too risky. I think this is a great way to start fleshing out characters. What better way to really drill in what the characters are like than to see them in an uncomfortable after-work party in which awards are being given based on their personality quirks and sometimes their work. But with that, let's hand out some Dundies of our own.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Dundies on the Dundee episode. I knew this day would come, and here we are. The Dundee for the creator of the Dundies, Dundee MC with the most Dundies, goes to Michael Scott.
Honey, keep the trophies.
Oh, honey, I have the best trophy right here, aside from my Dundies.
Oh.
And are we to believe that Michael, at some point during every Dundee ceremony, awards himself with a Dundee?
I think that pretty much sums it up. I found it at Spencer Gifts.
Yeah, that checks out. All right, and the God is in this Chili's award goes to Jenna Fisher and Chili's.
Because God gave me this Dundee, and I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
I just love this exchange that occurred in 2017 between Jenna Fisher and Chili's on Twitter, in which Fisher tweeted this photo with a caption that says, "Should I try to go in?" That prompted a response from Chili's saying, "We hope that you felt God in this Chili's tonight." Then they followed that up with another tweet referencing a press release removing Pamela Beasley Halpert's total ban from the restaurant chain. And with that, we want to congratulate the Dundee winners, and I want to thank you for watching this field guide on the Dundies. Today in the comments, if Michael Scott personally invited you to the Dundies, what award would you get? And I really appreciate you watching. Do us a favor, like this video if you didn't already when we begged you to. Subscribe to the channel, give us that recognition. Click the bell thing if you want to be notified. Next week, we're going to be taking a look at the sexual harassment episode. Whew. All right, we'll get to that one next week. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey, and welcome back to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris from Wolverine Films, and we're reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we're looking at sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is the second episode of the second season of The Office, 8th episode overall. It was written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis. It originally aired in late September of 2005, and it was viewed by over 7 million people, which is a type of retention that was a great sign for the show. I'm struggling with how to best explain the setup for this episode, so I'll just give it to you the way the episode does. It's set up during the opening segment that Michael likes to send inappropriate forwards to his employees. Later, when Todd Pecker arrives with news that a C-level Dunder Mifflin executive resigned due to sexual harassment, Toby and corporate want to put on a sexual harassment training. Thus, the perfect storm occurs for the show to explore the topic. So with that, let's get into this without crossing any lines.
Yeah,
Just explain what that is.
Explain what you think that is.
Okay.
Just explain that.
First, BJ Novak was inspired to write this episode based on sexual harassment training that NBC had the cast and crew partake in before the series began. When aired, this episode contained a warning due to all the sexual content, and even one station refused to air the episode due to the language in it. I'll give the same warning here,
Promise you we don't need a
Warning! 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 Warning!
but I bleep almost everything anyways, and we won't be delving into anything too deep. So I think that the way that you view this episode is probably based on your past and maybe your present experiences. So what I'm getting at is that not everyone is going to have the same understanding of all the nuance that's layered into this episode. And for an episode from 2005, it's as timely now as ever. Many writers and producers drew from their own personal experiences in writing this episode. And Jenna Fischer and Angela Kingsley spoke out about how this line
Usually the day we talk about sexual harassment is the day that everyone harasses me as a joke.
was actually from their personal experiences. And just like how the Diversity Day episode was an attempt to take a jab at racism, that's what the writers are attempting here. All right, with that out of the way, can we talk about this?
Office relationships are never a good idea.
All relationships, even a one-night stand.
Who is she talking about? I've heard arguments that it was Stanley, that it was Packer, maybe even Michael. Who do you think it was? Leave it in the comments. Okay, and another giant element of this episode is the unveiling of this joke.
Jim?
No thanks, I'm good.
That's what she said.
This is the first usage of the phrase on the show, and it became a reoccurring joke throughout the series. In fact, it might be the most famous phrase associated with the show. And while the phrase is now synonymous with this show, its origins date significantly further back. Like way back. The channel Today I Learned did a thorough job of explaining the origin of this phrase, so check out that video later. I'll leave a link in the description. But the short of it is that this phrase is based on the British phrase, as the actress says to the bishop, which was used in various ways on the original UK series. This phrase has its roots in the early 1900s, and it has to do with how actresses, who were known to live vivaciously, would confess their sins to the clergy. Thus, when a double entendre would present itself, as the actress says to the bishop, worked the same as, that's what she said. However, the joke as we know it now in the US has been collectively attributed to a weekend update from the 70s spoken by Chevy Chase. However, I couldn't find a clip of that. Instead, and maybe more pertinent to The Office, the joke appeared in the 90s from the SNL spinoff movie Wayne's World.
Yeah, 'cause I'm getting tired of holding this. Yeah, that's what she said.
And BJ Novak is on record saying that it's a joke that guys in college would say from time to time, and that's why he wrote it into the episode. Okay, back to this episode. There are so many great jokes.
Technically means he works for corporate, so he's really not a part of our family. Also, he's divorced, so he's really not a part of his family. I just forward it along. You wouldn't arrest a guy who's just delivering drugs from one guy to another.
Come on.
Michael, come on. You don't have to worry.
I'm not.
Report
I'm not worried.
to HR.
You know what? The only thing I am worried about is getting them.
But I will say that my absolute favorite joke from this episode is this moment here.
Okay, use the doll. Pam. Pam.
It's such a clever way to call out that Michael is crossing the line by hard cutting to a video that has that as a headline. And I love that this joke is then followed up later with this.
That's true in a way. You can't say anything.
Where's the line? Where's the line, Jan?
And speaking of that video, I love it. I love it so much. It has this subtle, outdated, underproduced feeling to it, and it's just spot on for the corporate environment. I read this was actually shot in the writer's room of The Office, so there's your trivia for the day. And with that, let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Security is the word of the day. The workplace shouldn't be somewhere where you're discriminated against or even treated differently based on your race, your heritage, your gender, or whatever other group there is out there. It should be a place of security where individuals can feel enabled to thrive in their roles. Michael's arc in this episode goes from someone who couldn't care less about the implications of sexual harassment to someone who eventually, and only kind of sorta, stands up for a woman in his office. And not to get too nerded out on the cinematography here, but when Michael lets Packer go on razzing blondes, the cameraman so perfectly frames this shot with Angela there, having no voice in the matter. He does the same thing with Phyllis later. It's incredibly well done.
We're talking blonde in comedy, right?
yeah.
Like 10 words a minute.
Security is the word of the day because Michael gets a taste of his own medicine around the halfway point of this episode. Look how confident and secure Michael is as he struts out to the warehouse guys. But when the warehouse guys start teasing Michael's, well, just watch the episode to see what they're teasing him for. He walks away with just a little bit of a taste of what it feels to be marginalized and the butt of someone else's joke without any voice in the matter. And while Michael's marginalization here might be the turning point in any other show, with Michael having learned a valuable lesson about security and the well-being of his coworkers, instead, Michael's turning point is here.
We have him on retainer to protect the company as well as upper-level management, such as yourself.
Corporate manipulation or not, you can see that Michael's security has returned to him.
Me up with an attorney to protect me. You can't be too careful about what you say.
This episode then closes out with Michael making an attempt to protect Phyllis. Not out of protecting her feelings, but it's because he realizes that it comes with the territory of his position of power. So in essence, I think that the takeaway here is that people in power in the community, in the workplace, or in our family units need to build a place of security and safety.
I am upper management, and it would be inappropriate for me to take a bath with Pam, as much as I might want to.
He said what?
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just here to push NBC's censorship as hard as they could. I mean, it really does shed some light in some dark places. Well, I just hope you got as much out of this as I did.
That's what she said.
Michael!
What gives you the right?
All right, folks, so time to rate this thing. Here's what this episode has going for it. The start of an iconic reoccurring joke, a deeper meaning that's as relevant today as it was back then, really good writing, directing, acting, and camera work. But here's what it has going against it.
Get the bleep button ready for him.
Are there any Packer fans out there? Do Packer fans even exist? All right, and I'm going to give this one a 3 out of 5. Which kind of pains me because I actually really did enjoy this episode after doing the analysis. It's a solid episode, but I do think it just deserves that 3 out of 5. So with that, let's award some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for being a scapegoat goes to Kevin Malone.
Kevin, just unwarranted. Hostile work environment, Kevin.
Packer said it.
No, you said it. He pointed. A point is not a say.
Way to take one for the team, and sorry that Michael left you feeling marginalized while trying to protect Phyllis from being marginalized. And the Dundie for the best reoccurring character first seen on screen during this episode goes to Todd Peck. Nope. The blow-up doll.
I know. It's good. It is not over. It is not over till it's over.
For real, I get why the Todd Packer character exists. He's an unchanging anchor point to measure Michael Scott's character growth against, but it's just so hard to take. And maybe we'll do a Packer episode one day if you Packer fans are actually out there. I read that the production on this episode actually halted because Steve Carell wanted to have David Koechner play Todd Packer, but there was some scheduling issues. And nothing against David Koechner. It's the character of Todd Packer that's the problem. But at any rate, let's not take this victory away from Jim's girlfriend.
She's nice, she's shy. She's actually here if you want to meet her. Hold on a second. Oh my God, put on a shirt.
And congratulations to you Dundie winners. Today in the comments, don't forget to leave who you think that Phyllis had that one night stand with. And so don't forget to give us a like and click the bell and all that crap. It helps us out. And you'll get notified for next week when we look at Office Olympics. Another great episode of The Office. Man, I love season 2. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
What does the female vagina look like?
Sorry.
Does that mean on the leg?
Hey, and welcome back to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at the Office Olympics. The setup for this episode is that Michael and Dwight head out of the office to finalize the paperwork on the purchase of Michael's first home, a swell condo that reappears several times throughout the series. Meanwhile, the rest of the office staff conduct a series of office-based sporting events. Office Olympics is the third episode of the second season of The Office, or ninth overall. It was written by Michael Schur and directed by Paul Feig. It originally aired in October of 2005, and it was viewed by about 8.3 million people, which is up from the previous week and was probably crazy exciting to everyone involved in the show. We've got a lot to talk about in this field guide. So many firsts in this episode. Quotes from the real Moes, and clips from Paul Lieberstein in the original Office Olympics. So let's let the games begin.
No one asked you anything ever?
This is an episode of First. To start it all off, what is this? A cold opening? Yes, it is. It's such a good device they use from here throughout the end of the series with just a few exceptions. And it started with this.
Okay. Healthier. I'll watch those carbs.
And staying in the theme of First, yes, this is the first instance of Michael Schur's portrayal of the character of Mose Schrute.
My grandfather left me a 60-acre working beet farm. I run it with my cousin Mose.
In an interview years ago, Schur stated that the character of Mose came to him when he watched a reality TV show called Amish in the City. The show ran for 10 episodes way back in 2003, but one day, early in season 1 of The Writer's Room, Schur did an impersonation of a young Amish man from that show that he had gotten intrigued by. That man's name? Mose. It was Mose. I don't know if you're expecting something cooler than that. When Schur did this impersonation, though, Greg Daniels stood up and said, "That's it. You're Mose Schrute, Dwight's cousin." And in this episode, we just get this one picture of Mose Schrute. We don't get a proper introduction to the character until season 3 in the initiation episode. I am happy to report that while researching this episode, I did get in contact with the real Mose. He's gone from that reality show to owning a construction company, to being a car salesman, to currently being an over-the-road trucker. While he declined an interview, he did tell me I could quote him in saying, "I have not watched The Office, but if someone finds me interesting enough to duplicate my character, then I'm okay with that." It's awesome to think that there are people driving around Missouri in cars sold to them by the real Mose. And while the real Mose wants to stay out of the limelight, he does have a YouTube page. I pulled a clip from one of his most recent videos that includes a joke.
Are you ready for your daily Mose Gingrich pickup line? Okay, here we go.
It's amazing. I'm going to leave that at the end of this video. You won't be disappointed. All right, back to the Office Olympics. This is the third episode of the season, and it's the third one we can say was inspired by the creators' previous life experiences. In this case, many of the writers and producers came to The Office directly from working on the King of the Hill series, in which they had their own version of the Office Olympics. See if you can spot out Toby.
Keep an eye on the feet.
You know, slow and steady doesn't always win the race.
Oh, exit to your right. Exit to your right. Exit to your right. And break.
After this episode aired, offices around the country started their own inter-office Olympics. There's an article in the description about the phenomenon, but I think what's more interesting is that this might be the first example of the impact that this show would have on the culture around it. And yet another first for this episode, and a basic trivia fact, is the appearance of Michael's real estate agent and on-again, off-again lady friend Carol, who happens to be Steve Carell's real-life wife. And while she's a great reoccurring character on the show, I love that this actual condo is not on a soundstage, but is in fact a real condo out in LA somewhere that's used again throughout the series in episodes like Fun Run and Michael Scott Paper Company. But the real character of this condo is fleshed out during the dinner party episode. Now I've gone slightly out of order with my reviews. I started with season 4, so if you love the dinner party episode of The Office, after this video, go check that one out. We go in depth into the symbolism and the crazy details baked into that episode. But with that, let's go to the deeper meaning of the Office Olympics.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
The word of the day here is perspective, and stick with me. The writers compare Michael and Jim in this episode. Michael starts off with an elevated sense of importance, whereas Jim starts with an exaggerated sense of bleakness. I had to look that up. It is a word. Michael's arc is a journey from a high to a low, while Jim's is one from a low to a high. There seems to be two messages called out in the writing here. First, our perspective can make or break our current situation. Think about it. While Michael starts excited about his condo, he ends, or rather would have ended, being rather depressed about his situation. Nothing in his circumstances changed whatsoever, only his perspective. In the same way, Jim comes to life in this episode. While on the surface it might seem that Jim is just messing around, it's clear that Jim has the ability to inspire and lead people with his natural charisma and talents. He didn't gain these skills because Michael and Dwight left. In other words, his circumstances didn't change, only his perspective. And I think the message here is that our mindsets can completely change our lives. And I think the other message of this episode, which is really just an extension of the first, is that if our perception of our situation can make a difference in life, then the people we listen to can greatly change our perception. Michael's perception changed only due to Dwight's negativity, but then it changed again, as far as he knows, because the office was celebrating his purchase. And while Jim was about to go back to being normal Jim due to Dwight and Michael's return, instead, he doesn't allow his circumstances or the people around him to impact his perspective.
I mean, it was really nice of Pam to make them, but what am I going to do with a gold medal made of paper clips and an old yogurt lid?
And I think to the writers, this episode must have meant a lot. The camaraderie and the optimism of this episode is evident without even looking deep into it at all. The Office Olympics is even referenced in two other extremely heartfelt moments in the series. First, when Jim opens up the folder during his interview at corporate.
We have this very irritating HR guy here. He's probably the only person you're not going to like. Kendall. Ugh. So...
And again in the season finale when Phyllis brings up Flonkerton and Creed says he still has his medal.
Hey, Jim, remember Flonkerton when you did Office Olympics? It was awesome.
I still have my medal from that.
Do you even have a mattress?
No, but I still have my medal from that.
So clearly to the writers, this episode meant a lot throughout the entire series. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an excuse for Sure to see his future as Mose Schrute.
Ow! What gives you the right?
All right, great. So we finally get to rate a cold opening. And I'm so glad we're able to do this now. I love the cold openings of The Office. I give this one a 2 out of 5. This isn't the worst kind of cold opening. It's just not very good. I'm glad it exists, and it only goes up from here. But on to this episode. I'm going to give this episode a 4 out of 5. It's a classic from season 2 of The Office. While this show still has some growing up to do, this is The Office. This is what the show is about. People. And I have to mention the ending. It walks this line of funny and crazy, and it just makes you feel the feels. But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the quickest translation under pressure award goes to Pam Beasley.
Jim, they refer to it as Flonkerton. In English, box of paper snowshoe racing.
And the Dundie for It's the Thought That Counts goes to Kevin Malone. So today in the comments, tell me what your made-up game for the Office Olympics would be. Has your office ever done anything like this? Tell us in the comments. And that's all we've got for this field guide on the Office Olympics. Another great episode, extremely well produced, extremely well written, and extremely well acted in. Make sure you like and subscribe and click the bell and all that stuff. Next week, we're going to be talking about The Fire. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Are you ready for your daily Mose Gingrich pickup line? Okay, here we go. I'm beginning to think I'm a sheep, because every time I look at you, I want to be bad.
Hey, and welcome back to the Office Field Guide. I'm Chris from Wolverine Films, and we're reviewing every episode of The Office. Today we're looking at The Fire. This is the one where the staff hangs out in the parking lot while a fire is being handled inside the office. Michael finds out that Ryan is going to business school, and the rest of the staff play Desert Island to kill time. The Fire is the 4th episode of the 2nd season of The Office, or 10th overall. It was written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis. It originally aired on October 11th of 2005, and it was viewed by about 7.6 million people. So let's start this fire.
No one asked you anything ever?
Every time I watch this episode, it takes me back to being a kid and having extra long recesses. It wouldn't happen often, but at times recess would be extended for reasons that we were never told as kids. And one time in particular, I do remember having this extended recess in middle school. We were running around, goofing off, and it felt like recess was going to last for the rest of the day. And in this case, it actually did. Apparently, a janitor had poured a chemical down the drain that he shouldn't have, and it released some sort of toxin in the air that caused several students to get sick. Thankfully, no one was seriously poisoned or anything like that, and I didn't know anything about that. I didn't have a care in the world until I started seeing helicopters fly overhead and ambulances lining up in the front parking lot. It was kind of a crazy day, and then that night seeing my school on the local news. But we all just returned to school the next day, and life proceeded like normal. I think of that afternoon every single time I watch this episode. So the first thing that I thought was super enlightening about the Fire episode was in the DVD commentary. Novak mentioned that this episode was written and shot to be the season premiere, meaning that this episode would have aired prior to the Dundies episode. NBC felt, after having the first several episodes in their hands, that the Dundies would make for a better premiere. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it does explain a few jarring things that happened over the last several episodes. First, I always felt that it was odd that Michael gave Ryan the Hottest in the Office award during the Dundies episode.
The Hottest in the Office award goes to Ryan the 10th! Yeah!
It was out of nowhere, and I always thought that that was the joke. But it makes so much more sense for Michael's infatuation to have begun in the Fire episode and then played out as it did during the Dundies. Secondly, I always thought it was odd that the first several episodes of Season 2 don't mention Amy Adams' character or that Jim is even seeing her. It's always been a bit jarring that she's brought up out of the blue in the 4th episode of the season. Knowing now that this episode was supposed to air first, it makes more sense that Jim is already disillusioned with his relationship with Lois Lane by the time the Dundies episode came around. And lastly, I've kind of always hated this cold opening. It's rough. But knowing that this episode was supposed to be first, they never filmed this episode to have a cold opening. Thus, they must have just ripped this sequence from the episode itself, which is somewhat of an excuse for how rough it is. Another enlightening detail that was locked away in the DVD commentary is that this was filmed in 100-degree weather. But according to BJ Novak, they couldn't look hot, which makes sense as they filmed this portion that was ultimately deleted, in which Jim talks to Pam about the cool and crisp 70-degree weather outside. And to add on to that, the area in which this was shot in is not the most safe area in the world. Greg Daniels talked about how cars were getting stripped overnight when they were left outside the gates. And while we're talking about it being hot, have you ever noticed that Dwight says the same thing during both fire situations?
Out! Stanley, have you ever seen a burn victim? Move to the exit!
Okay. Oh, have you ever seen a burn victim?
And another little hidden goodie here is that these firefighters are supposedly real firefighters, with their uniforms inspired by real-life Scranton, PA Fire Department uniforms. It's a nice touch that really didn't have to be there, but it does add to the realism of the show. And this episode is chock full of references. So many references. We'll be covering some of these in the deeper meaning, so I wanted to just rapid-fire list them all out. Mr. Miyagi is Daniel's karate master in The Karate Kid. Yoda is a Jedi master who trains Luke Skywalker, an impersonation that makes it into some of Michael's most pivotal moments throughout the series. Fozzie Bear is a character from The Muppet Show, who's kind of a failed comedian type. Batman and Robin are referenced, as well as Lone Ranger and Tonto. These are crime-fighting duos from a couple different genres. Banto is just made up. Michael says, "Image is everything." This is a tagline from an ad campaign for Canon cameras. Dwight makes the assumption that they're on the island due to a plane crash, which might be a reference to Lost. LeBron James, Tracy McGrady, Kobe Bryant are all NBA players who went directly to the league after graduating high school, something that was controversial in the sports world around that time. M for Murder? Okay, this one, I had to do a little research for this one. So Kaplan is a textbook company CEO, which Michael confuses for a murder mystery writer. And M for Murder might be a reference to a series of books written by Sue Grafton, which led me to...
Did you or did you not get Sue Grafton?
Yeah.
And during the game, so many books and movies are referenced. The Bible is obviously a religious text. The Purpose Driven Life is classified as a Christian living book on Amazon, and it was a bestseller for a while. Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code was also a bestseller. It's a fictional novel with an anti-religious theme. Harry Potter is also mentioned, but I assume if you're watching this video on YouTube, you probably know what Harry Potter is. Legends of the Fall is a movie starring Brad Pitt, Anthony Hopkins, and Aidan Quinn, and it's about a father and 3 brothers living in the wilderness of Montana in the early 20th century, and how their lives are affected by nature, history, war, love. It was nominated for a ton of awards, and it did win one for Best Cinematography. My Big Fat Greek Wedding is about a Greek woman who falls in love with a non-Greek man. I've really never understood the appeal of this movie, but it has gathered a pretty big following in the years since its release. Legally Blonde is a movie about a sorority girl who attempts to win back her ex by getting her law degree. It's just a basic comedy, which is why Jim pushes back on it. Bridges of Madison County is about Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep hooking up in the 60s. Ghost is brought up, which is a movie that's a little hard to explain, but the scene Meredith references is a pottery scene in that movie in which Demi Moore is making a vase or something and can sense the presence of ghost Patrick Swayze behind her. I don't know, it's a weird movie. All right, let's cruise. Fargo is a movie about crime and murder in Minnesota. Edward Scissorhands is a weird movie about a humanoid robot thing with scissors for hands. The 90s were weird. Dazed and Confused and Breakfast Club are cult classic 80s coming-of-age movies. The Princess Bride is hard to explain, but go watch it if you haven't, it's great. And The Crow is about a rock musician who's revived from the dead to avenge his and his fiance's death. Whew, that was a lot, but I think it's important to call out because of what these references represent. So with that, let's take a look at the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, so the word of the day is identity. Everyone in this episode is trying to identify themselves in some way, shape, or form. And it makes sense, keeping in mind that this was supposed to be the first episode of the season. And what's cool about this episode is if you have never seen any other episode of The Office, you can still walk away with a great glimpse of what all of these characters are about. Angela's religious, both self-identified.
The Bible.
That's one book. You've got 2 others.
And called out.
Oh, I got it. What's the name of that Christian chick, the blonde?
My name is Angela.
Hey, Angela. Roy, nice to meet you.
Roy's a terrible boyfriend. Phyllis is either anti-religious or anti-Angela. I'm leaning towards the latter. Kevin and Meredith are kind of pervy.
Who'd you do? Present company excluded?
Not necessarily.
Damn.
And ghosts. But just that one scene.
Michael imagines himself as the sage and wise leader. Dwight's the number 2, kind of a nerd, and maybe a little dark. Lois Lane's kind of basic, and Jim's the leader who doesn't divulge much about himself.
Kevin, hands down. Yeah.
A relatable character flaw that he maintains throughout the entire series. Except to Pam and sometimes Michael and sometimes Dwight. But we don't actually just see these characters self-declare their identities through references. We also get to see these characters interact with others.
And you know what? He knows more about business than you ever will.
The Da Vinci Code. I would take the Da Vinci Code so I could burn the Da Vinci Code.
Hang out with you guys for a bit. Your us guys are a bunch of jackasses sometimes.
First, Legally Blonde.
And it's through these interactions we get to learn about them. With identity being the word of the day, there are a few concepts at play here. First, identities that are based on facades, or what we want people to think of us, can be dangerous. What we portray on the outside does not always reflect what's on the inside. Michael is much more like Fozzie Bear than he is Yoda. They're both puppets, and holy crap, they're both voice acted by the same guy. No wonder Ryan confused them.
Fozzie Bear. No, that was Yoda.
The point is that there's no depth to Michael's facade. And when he's challenged, that leader persona is thrown right out the door.
Because of people. I love making friends. But then I was promoted to manager at a very young age. And I still try to be a friend first, but...
Next, identities based on facades outside of our control are also dangerous. Dwight builds his whole persona around being Michael's number 2 guy. It's how he relates to everyone in the office. When this is challenged, Dwight spirals by changing his persona from confident.
People? Okay, everybody? This is not a test. Move to the exits.
to that of a preteen.
I hope the war goes on forever and Ryan gets drafted.
Wait.
Sorry I said that. I didn't.
Just part of me meant it.
And lastly, no one gets to be part of a social circle without having an identity. Ryan's desire to not have a thing.
I don't want to have a thing here. You know, I don't want to be the something guy.
Is the vacuum that creates the void that causes the fire to become his thing. And that doesn't leave him anytime soon.
Stop that! That's right! That's right! Fire guy! Don't start any fires! Fire guy!
You weren't here for that. Here for what? When he started the fire.
And while I don't think the writers go out of their way to make a statement about a moral here, I think the clear moral is to be yourself, which sounds kind of hokey and overly simplistic. But character growth happens when we're real with who we are. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an elaborate setup to get to this moment.
Fire guy. Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Ryan started the fire.
What gives you the right?
All right, so this is a bummer. I'm not going to rate this cold opening because it's clearly not a cold opening. It's just a tacked on clip to the beginning of the episode, which kind of sucks. But hey, there's always next week. As for this episode, I went back and forth on this. I give this a 3 out of 5. I never really enjoyed this episode too much. After doing the deeper meaning, I think this episode was much better than I ever gave it credit for, so I'm going to average it out to 3 out of 5. It's a good episode, and this rating reflects that. But now let's fire up some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The George Costanza Award goes to Michael Scott.
Smoke back here.
Move quickly! This is a paper company, people! Step lively!
I was trying to lead the way. We needed a leader, someone to lead the way to safety.
And yes, I've heard women and children first, but we do not employ children. We are not a sweatshop, thankfully.
But I saw you push the women and children out of the way in a mad panic.
And women are equal in the workplace by law. So I let them out first. I have a lawsuit on my hands.
And the Joy, Happiness, and Smiles Award goes to Dwight Schrute. For real, find someone that cheers for you the way that Dwight cheers for these firefighters. So today, leave in the comments what your top 5 episodes of The Office are of all time, the ones that you would want to take with you to a deserted island. And so with that, thank you so much for watching a field guide on The Fire. If you're enjoying this, please give this video a like, consider subscribing to the channel, and maybe share this with anybody that you know that's a huge fan of The Office. If you click the bell, you'll get notified next week when we cover the Halloween episode. That'll be coming out on Halloween. Super excited about it. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Dwight, all-time favorite movie? The Crow.
Hello and happy Halloween. So I publish these videos each Thursday, and isn't it just kismet that the Halloween episode landed exactly on Halloween?
Kismet? Yeah, right.
So yeah, like I said, today we're looking at the Halloween episode, which is Season 2, Episode 5, 11th overall. This episode was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Paul Feig, and it aired on October 18th, 2005, and it was viewed by about 8 million people. The setup for this one is that Michael needs to let someone go before the end of the day. He's waited until the end of the month, and that's coincidentally Halloween. So let's get spooky.
No one asked you anything ever?
The commingling of the silly and the serious in this episode is awesome. This episode takes a really serious and somber activity of firing someone and thrusts it into the comedy atmosphere. And story-wise, it's flawlessly done, as we don't have any reason to doubt that Michael would wait until the last day of the month to do something. As for the funny stuff in this episode, I'll call out a few smaller things that I just love, and then maybe the funniest line of the episode. First, I love this time where the turntables and Jim is role-playing as Michael.
I'm really sorry, but I have to let you go. And it's purely budgetary. It's not personal.
But what I love even more, and I don't think I ever noticed it, is that Michael immediately hangs up the phone on Toby.
Kill you. I'm
Toby?
gonna kill you for firing me.
Mm-hmm. I really have to take this, Creed, so it was really a
Get off,
pleasure
get
working
off.
with you.
No.
Okay.
Again, clever writing here, because this marks 2 times in this episode where Jim actually pretends to be Michael.
Michael Scott here. Yes, I am regional manager of this orifice. Mm-hmm.
And the second time in the episode where the writers use hanging up the phone for a laugh.
Thanks. I'll call her back. Wish I could fire Sherry.
Hey, I'm still here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I always thought it was strange that Michael carried his costume in his bowling bag, but furthermore, who makes a papier-mâché doppelganger costume that you have to send off for in July?
I know. I sit and wait for it in July from a catalog.
I'm no papier-mâché artist, but this isn't even that good, and I love it. And for the prank where Jim and Pam are coming up with a resume for Dwight, I was going to mock up a resume or something like that to represent the idea of the prank. But when I Googled it, I found that there's already tons of Dwight Schrute resumes out there. Go Google it. It's definitely worth going down the rabbit hole. And I always thought that this sequence...
Yeah, I don't know. We put them all up last night.
was pretty funny, but not exactly The Office's normal humor. Having the vantage point now of a few years removed, I can see that this humor made its way into Brooklyn Nine-Nine more than it did for any other of Michael Schur's shows.
Has led to you and Santiago putting in more hours and arresting more perps, especially this last week.
Hey, Santiago, do you have any dietary restrictions that Medieval Times should know about?
And disagree with me all you want, but I think that this may be the funniest thing in this episode.
Downturn, cutbacks, and
this is unbelievable.
I just hope that you and I can remain friends.
There's just something so pathetic about that clip. It just gets me every time. I've had this episode completed and ready to publish for weeks now, but I had to come back and add this portion in because I found a deleted scene that I thought was just amazing. Some of you may have already seen this, but it's brand new to me. In the Valentine's Day episode later in season 2, the episode keeps cutting back to Michael in New York City, and that's where this deleted scene comes in.
Hey, Scott! Hey! 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 Come here.
You know what? It was nice to see Devin again, to sort of get closure on that whole thing.
It seems like the road got pretty dark for Devin for a while, but obviously, on the bright side, he must have landed on his feet at some point for Dwight to be willing to hire him back.
I brought in some new faces, and one old. I always liked Devin. I hired him back after Creed faked his own death in the Baylor the day after the doc aired.
At least Devin got this pretty good shot off on Michael before he left.
Kevin, Jim, Pam, Kelly, Toby, Oscar, Meredith, Phyllis, Stanley, or the Temp. If any of you want to meet me for a drink, I'm going to be at Poor Richard's.
Is there any bigger slam to Michael Scott than having Toby invited to something that he is not?
Hey, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I need that room at some point, so just wrap it up.
Michael wasn't invited.
And as for hidden goodies, Michael has a lava lamp. And while I think that's actually in character for Michael, this scene feels relatively tacked on.
That's all yours. That's all yours. Grab it. Grab it. You know what, you guys...
I think it goes back to the idea that the show needed to take a more optimistic tone, and without this episode would have ended on such a low note. But I think that leads us to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
All right, so the two most common Halloween motifs are fear and mask. We see both of these play out in this episode pretty clearly. First, the fear. There's a huge cloud looming over this episode. Watch this episode again and compare it to the episode before and after. It feels darker, it feels more somber, it feels like there's a cloud looming over this episode. Michael having to fire someone is a really big deal to Michael and to everyone in the office, but for two different reasons. Michael can't stand the idea of someone not liking him, and for everyone else, it's their livelihood on the line. At times, there's nothing more fear-inducing than the instability of your job. And in the deeper meaning of the last episode, The Fire, we talked about identities. In this episode, we get to see those identities dressed up in some more symbolic ways. We've got the simple ones, like Angela being a cat. We've got Kevin, who's dressed up like... what is Kevin dressed up like? Mr. Incredible with a Dunder Mifflin sticker on him? Then we've got Pam, who's also dressed up like a cat. While it doesn't go into too much detail, there's an interview with Greg Daniels back in 2005. He talked about how there were several unused storylines involving Pam disguising herself as a cat. I guess it's up to our imagination to think about what those storylines were like. But after I connected that Pam and Angelo were both dressed up as cats, I thought that this would be a relevant reference.
She just always has to copy anything I do. It's the Ford Taurus situation all over again.
Then moving on to some more of the actual symbolic ones, Devin is dressed up like a hobo, which, I mean, is pretty on the nose, right? He's getting fired in this episode. Dwight's wearing a Sith Lord costume, which I still think it's hilarious that he paid that much for that toy, but the idea of being a villain and using sneaky tactics to advance is a pretty Sith thing to do. And I love this scene. I think it's shot incredibly well.
Tell him to stop.
Are you kidding?
Quiet, you.
I agree. He'd land on his feet.
Make him be quiet.
Moving over to Creed, he's wearing a vampire costume, and that makes total sense because he basically kept his life together at the cost of someone else.
Fire someone else. Fire Devin.
Michael's wearing two heads, which might make it seem that they're going for a Two-Face thing here, and I think they kind of are, but I think they're more going for the duality of Michael. On one side, he wants to be everyone's friend, and on the other side, he's the boss, and he has to do some things he has to do. These sides conflict with each other and end up making both of them unhappy. And Jim, well, on the surface, he's doing the same thing that Ryan's doing, which is not committing to anything, which, as we learned in the last episode, not having an identity creates an identity. But if we're reaching real deep here, Jim's costume's kind of a metaphor for the holes he has in his life. One for Pamela, one for his kids, and one for his dream job. So I think the idea here is that if we allow fear to stop us from what we want, we'll never reach our goals. Conversely, if we keep at it and we take opportunities when we get them in spite of the fear, there's always hope, even in the darkest days. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an excuse to finally give Creed Bratton a speaking line after 10 episodes.
I think there's a misunderstanding, Michael.
I think you're right.
Can I go?
No, of course you can't go.
What gives you the right?
Okay, so starting with the cold opening, this is by far the best cold opening of the series so far. The joke with Jan's secretary gets me every time. I'm giving this one a 3 out of 5. It's good, it's not great, 3 out of 5, that's where it goes. As for the episode, I give this episode a 3 out of 5 as well. It's pretty good. While the writing is really good, the setup is great, and we're well past the rough waters of season 1, this episode leans into the cringe and doesn't redeem itself until the very end. So I give it a 3 out of 5. But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the best costume goes to Meredith Palmer. I just never noticed she dressed up like a zombie before. And the Dundie for the best Michael Scott impersonator goes to Jim Halpert.
Yes, I am regional manager of this orifice.
It's not going to be a popular
What's your
decision
job?
around the old orifice.
And so congrats to all the Dundie winners. And with that, we're coming to a close. Today in the comments, tell me what's your favorite sitcom Halloween episode of all time. It can be from any show, but expect some hate in the comments if it's not from The Office. And don't forget to like this, subscribe to the channel, share this with Office fans, and all that jazz. Next week, we're going to be looking at the episode The Fight. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Fire who?
Quiet, you.
You know what? Those are grounds.
Hey, and welcome back. Today we're looking at The Fight. The setup for this one is that Michael is procrastinating doing real work, and Dwight reveals his karate skills to the office. These two plot points intersect, and it comes to the obvious conclusion of a fight at Dwight's dojo. The Fight is the 6th episode of the 2nd season of The Office, or 12th episode overall. It was written by Lee Eisenberg and Gene Stupinski, and was directed by Ken Kwapis. It aired in early November 2005, and interestingly was written and shot to precede the Halloween episode. There are deleted scenes that include Devin in the background, and this was viewed by just a shade under 8 million people. At any rate, let's hit the bell.
No one asked you anything ever?
I need to confess something. I never really had that much appreciation for this episode. After trying to edit this episode together in a few different ways, I've learned to appreciate that these two characters who are not good fighters are being portrayed by two actors who do not want to physically injure each other while trying to be funny along the way. But with that, enjoy this.
A lot of rules on the street. We didn't have any rules. Maybe one. No kicks to the groin. Home for dinner.
Test your might. Round 1. Fight!
Okay, game on.
Fight!
Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. And I think I proved that today at the dojo.
Those two talking heads with Michael get me every time. They are by far my favorite parts of this episode. Okay, and what else to talk about? I always have closed caption on. I'm not sure why I do it, but in this episode, I'm really glad I did because I caught something that I've never noticed before. When Dwight is on a high after punching Michael, he's teaching Kevin some techniques, and then I heard this.
Take this pen, okay? Stab me with it.
There's a few other great things I'd love to call out in this episode too. I love Michael and Dwight's confrontation in the kitchen. It's amazing.
Michael.
Hey, Toby. Hey, you know what? I have an idea. Why don't you leave right now? Why don't you walk away from the room, okay?
But I'm pretty sure Kelly can't keep a straight face here.
Tit for tit. Give it your best shot. 2 punches. Go.
Look.
And have you ever noticed Kevin's face in the elevator on the way to the fight? Also, while talking about the elevators, have you ever noticed that Rainn Wilson struggles to stay in character when the elevator doors almost close on him? As for the physical comedy in this episode, The Office doesn't lean on it too much. When they do it right.
Well, it's called slap face.
Slap face? How does that...
1-0.
Street sweep it. Ow! KG.
Go! Go!
Hey! Hey! I didn't approve a stapler, okay? I said nothing harder than an orange.
I can't.
Say it.
Stop hitting me.
You can do it. Just say it.
Hit me again. Or I can counter it with...
Give me!
2-zip came to 11. Hey, you're pretty good at this for a beginner.
Natural athlete.
What's the game I want in?
Nice job.
I made a longer montage of these, so you could check that out later if you'd like. But with that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
In an interview, Novak explained that this episode centered on the effects of procrastination carried out to the nth degree. However, he noted that it was more memorable as the episode in which Steve Carell and Rainn Wilson jump kick each other in public to try to prove a point. And yes, I do think this episode does explore a common workplace occurrence, which is procrastination, something that you may be doing right now as you listen to me speak. But I think the thesis statement of this episode comes from one of the most memorable lines of this season.
Would I rather be feared or loved? Easy, both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
The question that Michael asks himself is straight from Machiavelli's 16th century book, The Prince, in which Machiavelli posits the same question, and he also answers it just like Michael does. Should a ruler rather be loved or feared? The answer is that one would like to be both, one and the other, but because it is difficult to combine them, it is far safer to be feared than loved if you cannot be both.
And I think I proved that today at the dojo.
In this, Machiavelli is saying that when a subject makes a commitment to a ruler out of fear, those commitments will be kept out of the fear of retaliation from the ruler. On the contrary, commitments made to a ruler out of respect or love are easily broken, as the repercussions for breaking such a commitment are very loose. And we see this power struggle play out with Michael when he loses the mantle of power from Dwight, when Dwight's able to stand his ground and make Michael whimper away. Michael even says,
and that is when it's nice to let them know that you could beat them up.
And at the end of the episode, when Michael has regained power, he does something to try to adjust the balance of love and fear. He promotes Dwight to assistant regional manager just to be able to get Dwight back on his side. What is humorous is that Michael only focuses on his and Dwight's professional relationship and completely disregards the rest of the staff's opinion of him. We see the same kind of power plays between Dwight and his sensei, and even Jim and Pam. So it doesn't seem that the writers really take a stance on the topic, and rather opt to show that there may or may not be merits on both sides of Machiavelli's arguments in today's professional work environment. Should middle managers seek to rule out of fear or love? Who knows? But Machiavelli states, and Michael finds out, it's not always the easiest line to walk. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to see what they could do with a fight scene in the office.
Fight, 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 fight. I'm coming, fight.
What gives you the right?
I really enjoy this cold opening. I think it kicks off the classic Jim Dwight prank cold openings.
Where is my desk?
That is weird.
I'm giving this one a 4 out of 5. As for the episode itself, I also give this a 4 out of 5. I really enjoyed this episode. This is definitely one that I appreciated more after digging into it for this review. So with that, let's get into some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for accurately predicting the future goes to Michael Scott.
But sometimes your best friends start coming into work late and start having dentist appointments that aren't dentist appointments. Sounds like a good dentist.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name?
Crentist.
Your dentist's name is Crentist.
The Dundie for the best movie reference of the episode goes to Kevin Malone.
Hey, game on, man.
Sweep the leg.
Yeah, I'm coming at you, man.
Sweep the leg. So we can't have an episode of The Office where we talk about Machiavelli, see fight scenes, without positing the question, if a battle royale occurred, who do you think would legit win the best fighter in The Office? Leave that in the comments. My money goes to Kevin Malone. And with that, we're coming to a close. Consider giving this video a like and subscribe to this channel. Share this with other Office fans and all that. Next week, we're going to be looking at The Client. I love Tim Meadows. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back.
Chili's baby back rib.
Hey, and welcome back to The Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at The Client. The setup for this one is that Michael and Jan head off to save the branch with a major sale, and the rest of the staff perform a table read of Michael's screenplay, Threat Level Midnight. The Client is the 7th episode of the 2nd season, or 13th episode overall. It was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Greg Daniels. It aired on November 8th, 2005, and was viewed by about 7.5 million people. Interestingly, during the production of this episode, Kevin Riley, NBC Entertainment's president, surprised the cast and crew by ordering a full season of The Office. He later likened the series to Seinfeld or Cheers, noting that they also had slow starts. So let's get to closing. Welcome to Chili's. Need to host an office party? We got you covered. Need to smooth over something you did on Halloween? We have gift certificates. Chili's is the new golf course. It's where business happens. So come to Chili's for our awesome blossoms. Come to Chili's to find love. Come to Chili's to save your branch.
I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back,
Baby back rib.
Come to Chili's.
No one asked you anything ever?
And talking about jokes that just fly by.
Here's the thing. Chili's is the new golf course. It's where business happens. Small Businessman Magazine.
It's such a nuanced joke, and it's a great example of the wittiness of the writing of The Office. First, Chili's is absolutely not the new golf course. Secondly, and I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure there's no magazine called Small Businessman Magazine. The title of that magazine could be read a couple different ways. Small Businessman, implying that it's for men who run small businesses, or small, meaning insignificant, businessman, meaning that it's an insignificant man, which is much more in line with Michael at this point in the series. Regardless, I love it, and I'd love to read the letter that Michael sent the editor. As we've discussed a few times this season, the writers bring their real-life experiences to the screen in The Office. The scene where Oscar tells a story about a date, getting a background check on him was based on an actual date that Paul Lieberstein went on, which sounds just rough. This episode, though, hits its stride in humor, especially for the first half of the episode before the staff find the manuscript. I timed it out. On average, there's a joke for every 9 seconds of runtime, and many of these range from hilarious to just amusing. And while obviously that's subjective, this might be one of the first successful killing fields of jokes that the writers have talked about. I want to say that I noticed it first when I was watching this sequence with Jan and Michael leaving the office. Michael can't say anything right, and it's painful to watch, but you just can't help but be amused at the way that they weave this conversation masterfully.
I think you all could just take off now.
Michael, this shouldn't take more than an hour.
Well,
do you always shut down the entire office when you leave for an hour?
Now, let me also say I love Tim Meadows.
You said, world, this is my blood. It's red, just like yours. So love me.
And I'm so glad he's forever ingrained into the Office universe. It's a shame we didn't get to see more of him. It's also been noted that most of the scenes at Chili's were improvised.
Chili's baby back ribs. No, wait out the second one.
Okay.
And also notably, most of the table read was improvised.
Agent Michael Scarn, you lost some weight. Thank you for noticing.
And knowing that now changes the way I watch this entire sequence.
Ha ha ha, Agent Michael Scarn, you're so funny. Word.
Threat Level Midnight is one of my favorite reoccurring jokes in the entire series. It's pure genius that a guy like Michael Scott has taken the time to write out a screenplay starring himself and the people he knows. The bit where Dwight figures out that he's the buffoon in the story is amazing, but I do think it begs the question that since Catherine Zeta-Jones is Agent Michael Scarn's assistant in the screenplay, a character who obviously is into Scarn.
First message is, I love you. That's from me.
Not in 1,000 years, Catherine. We work together. And get off my desk.
Is it possible that Michael wrote that character the way he did because he has feelings for Pam? Between this episode, Diwali, Fun Run, Dinner Party, and surely there's more references, I think there's enough to make a solid case here. Let me know what you think in the comments. I know that this relationship turns more father-daughter type by the end of Michael's arc on the show, but that's primarily after Michael fell in love with Holly. So let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, back to Threat Level Midnight. There are so many references to this throughout the entire series, but a few episodes before Michael's send-off, we finally get to see the abbreviated version of Threat Level Midnight.
Clean up on aisle 5.
And that episode seems to be divisive in the Office fandom. But to me, it's about closing a solid character arc, and it's one of my favorite episodes of the entire series. And while in The Client, we get a glimpse of Michael's future movie-making abilities, we also get to see a glimpse of the future of Jim and Pam. Every time I see this sequence, I think of what Pam says in the finale.
Jim was 5 feet from my desk, and it took me 4 years to get to him. It'd be great if people saw this documentary and learned from my mistakes.
And I think this is a great segue to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Paul Lieberstein said that the first idea that anybody came up with for this episode was the final shot, where Jim and Michael look at each other and shake their heads, suggesting that they have been through similar experiences. The rest of the episode was written to lead to that scene. And while I think that there probably was a more poetic way to get to this final scene, what a humanizing episode for Michael. I can vividly remember watching this for the first time and thinking that they were completely turning his character from the awfulness of Season 1 Michael. It's in this moment with Jim, someone who is extremely relatable to the audience, is now relating with Michael. And by proxy, so are we. And not only that, but seeing him excel in his position and essentially save the branch puts Michael Scott on a whole new level. In both the A and B plot, we see our lead characters exhibiting their strengths. Michael's killing it with the sale, and Jim's rallying the group to yet another pointless, yet extremely entertaining venture and connecting with his lady friend as well. Both plotlines' resolutions start with the leads connecting with their love interest in an intimate way. But they're both trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole, and as the episode ends, they're both left in the wake of crushed hopes of what they thought could be the start of something new. And I think this fits exactly where Lieberstein wanted this to go. An episode that would deepen the dramatic tension as an underlying subplot throughout the entire season, and obviously more seasons to come. There isn't much of a message to be pulled from this other than the knowing nod that both of them give each other is a nod to us as an audience that sometimes life just doesn't add up, and it's our connections with others that can help us navigate through those tough times. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an excuse to get Rainn Wilson in his underwear.
Michael?
I've always loved that they show so much of Dwight's character in this episode between his lines. I mean, it says a lot about a man who's this excited over a fountain firework that his uncle gave him. It also says a lot that he had a fire extinguisher with him and that he slept in the office. And now that I think of it, they never explain why he slept in the office. My assumption was he was waiting for Michael and Jan to return to the office, which also says something about Dwight's intense outlook about his job.
Hello, Dwight.
Did you do her?
Dwight's pretty awesome, but let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the best storyboard drawing goes to Greg Daniels.
And there he is, in the flesh, Agent Michael Scarn. Now we know what he looks like.
As the story goes, Daniels asked several team members to draw up posters for Threat Level Midnight, and they all came back way too competent. So Daniels drew them out himself to get that real unprofessional, low-quality look, and that's awesome. The Dundie for the best acting of the episode goes to Melora Hardin. She's incredible in this scene.
Kenneth Road, born and raised. Spent my whole life right here in Lackawanna County, and I do not intend on moving.
You can see the life come back to her as Michael closes this sale.
Corpus gonna go ballistic, but you think we could, Jan?
What gives you the right?
Let's start with the cold opening. This one, unfortunately, just doesn't do it for me. It's not bad, it's just fine-ish, but on a scale of cold openings, I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5. As for the episode, I give it a 4 out of 5. If this were a real scale, it might be somewhere lower on the 4s, but it is what it is. I think this episode's great. It efficiently uses its time for humor and storytelling. The improv work at Chili's and the table read of Threat Level Midnight is incredible. The work to continue to curb Michael's arc from season 1 is in full effect in this episode. Though this does kick off the Michael and Jan saga, it is such a good episode. But with that, we're coming to a close. What did you think of The Client? Think there's anything to the Pam and Catherine Zeta-Jones connection? Any thoughts on the boundary breaking that we see in this episode? Plenty of things to talk about here, and I'd love to hear what you have to say. Consider giving this video a like and subscribing so that you can get notified for next week when we cover the performance review episode. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Michael, it's Jan. I guess I missed you. 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 I guess.
Hey, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at performance review. The setup for this one is that it's performance review time, and Michael is still trying to navigate his new relationship with Jan. Oh, and Dwight thinks it's Friday, so let's keep that going.
Hey, it's 12:20. Where the hell's Dwight?
No idea.
Never missed a day in my ass.
Performance Review is the 8th episode of the 2nd season of The Office, or 14th episode overall. It aired in mid-November 2005, and it was viewed by 8 million people. It was written by Larry Wilmore, or as you may know him, Mr. Brown.
I will not call you that.
Well, it's my name. It's not a test, okay?
And it was directed by Paul Feig. This is the only episode that Larry Wilmore has full writer's credits for. So let's review this one. Hey, that's the first time that actually makes sense.
No one asked you anything ever?
So the first thing we need to talk about is that this episode is a topic that's near and dear to me. I work in an office environment, and there is nothing more important to my year and my bonus as my performance review. If you work in a similar environment with a similar process, I'm sure you can relate. So much stress gets bundled into this one meeting, the outcome of which has some large implications for the following year. And that's why this episode has always just stomped my soul into 1,000 pieces.
Angela, you were totally satisfactory this year.
We'll be jumping more into that in the deeper meaning, though. For now, in my research, I found that this episode was originally slated to be related to weight loss, hence the cold opening involving the fitness orb. And it's pretty well known around the Office fandom that this cold opening was practiced several times prior to the filming. Each time John Krasinski popped the ball slowly deflated. This time it obviously deflated super fast. The unexpected event is why John Krasinski actually breaks character. Wilmore worked really hard to keep this version in the final cut of the episode, as it was the best take. Otherwise, it would have just been relegated to the bloopers. Interestingly, this episode was centered around the conference room scene. Wilmore called it the heart of the episode. Everything that happens in this episode was either build-up or fallout from the conference room meeting. And you can tell how important this scene was because the cinematography is significantly more calculated in this sequence. Look at how all of these characters are framed while this sequence goes on. Melora Hardin did say that this was one of the most difficult sequences to get through as everyone kept breaking character. And there's so many good bits in this sequence.
What should we do to prepare for Y2K?
What should we do to prepare for Y2K?
While there is a potential nod to the Dwight-Angela relationship in the pilot episode, I do think that the performance review episode is the first episode with significant evidence that there is something going on between Dwight and Angela. While it's not concrete, Dwight's sex life is called into question, and Dwight completely avoids a response. Additionally, Angela tells Kevin and Oscar,
"Office romances are nobody's business but the people involved."
Romances?
Okay, and something's always bothered me about Jan's entrance.
Okay, why don't we just step into my...
Okay, that's hilarious, and that actually happened on accident before they filmed the scene. And Melora found it so funny that she said that it had to stay in. Actually, what bothers me is this.
Could you please tell Michael that I'm here? Sure.
Really? It's 7 feet away. There's a window on your way from the door. There's glass right there. The door is open. Why does she need Pam to tell Michael that she's there? It always gets me. Also, I think that this might be a goof.
You do have coffee breath, by the way, and I don't agree about the BO, but you are very...
But why can everybody hear Michael and Jan arguing through the 2 closed doors? I mean, the reaction shots are great, and knowing that Michael has to walk back in there after this conversation is over is just awesome. But it doesn't quite make sense. What I do find amazing about this conversation is...
I mean, you're obnoxious and rude and stupid and...
I'm pretty sure that parts of this conversation were improvised. Though I'm not sure which parts are improvised, but Michael's told he's stupid, and all he hears is that he's a great guy.
Jan is not in a place where she feels she can have a relationship right now, and it doesn't matter how great a guy I am. And that is all I needed. I'm good.
There's a callback to this exact same concept in the deposition episode in season 4, an episode in which Michael hears almost the exact same things from David Wallace.
David Wallace, what do you want me to say? Come on, he's a nice guy. Counsel, was he being seriously considered for the corporate job? David Wallace, no.
Hey, David. I think you're a nice guy, too.
Michael's ability to only hear what he wants to is top-notch, and this definitely leads us to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Performance reviews completed by our companies are an opportunity for managers and employees to come together and discuss how the employee's performance was viewed and how the compensation or discipline might be appropriate based on the outcome. Michael is the worst kind of boss to give this type of review because he's not objective. Everything Michael says is based on his feelings.
All right, well, now I'm in a terrible mood. Let's do your performance review.
Because she's conflicted.
Also, Michael, as a manager, is able to be manipulated by his employees to coerce a positive review.
Good work, Stanley. Great performance review. Stanley in the house, everybody. Woo!
The worst part of it is that employees are left with no voice in the matter at all.
I am ready for my performance review.
Okay, great. Your performance has been adequate. You may leave. Goodbye.
Not only does Michael exemplify a bad reviewer doling out biased reviews, he also exemplifies a bad reviewee. Michael's given his own review during this episode when he finally asked Jan for some real feedback on what the problem is in their relationship. Michael only hears that his looks aren't the problem and completely glazes over the negative feedback that could actually help Michael turn things around. He leaves this review with an inflated sense of self that's completely unearned. And while I don't think this episode was written to be a how-to guide, it definitely calls out some things not to do. Relationships thrive on feedback, and character growth, whether in a show or in real life, occur in reviews like this, being formal or informal. Thus, while I don't think the show has a clear moral, if you take the inverse of the action shown, we can learn that the key to character growth is connection to others with openness and honesty from both parties. Case in point is Tom Peets, someone who expressed the need for connection, was ignored, and ultimately his story ended in a very dark way. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to set up why Ryan's temp job existed, and maybe the entire reason for the dock crew being at Dunder Mifflin Scranton in the first place. This is the same Tom from Dwight's Season 4 emergency plan, and has been hinted at by the writers to be both the reason for why Ryan's temp job existed, and probably more up for debate why the documentary crew chose the Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch in the first place. I'm not sure, but what I am sure of is that Michael's response to this is really hard to take.
Oh, that guy was weird. All right, next suggestion.
And to be clear, I think this is more the writers just playing with ideas, as Michael has an award ceremony each year to recognize his employees, and it seems like everyone gets a Dundie. But speaking of that, let's give out some of our own Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, and so the Dundie for the best segment of the episode, for her performance, the build-up, and the writing, goes to Angela Kinsey.
I really enjoy being judged. I believe I hold up very well to even severe scrutiny.
Angela, you were totally satisfactory this year.
I love this sequence. It fits her character perfectly, and I think it's one of the first times that we get to see her character stand out of the crowd. Moving on, the Dundie for the best prep for a performance review goes to Dwight Schrute.
Because I'm awesome! I am awesome!
This sequence is awesome. Dwight comes with a poster he printed out himself with an acronym of his own name, saying his name stands for determination, work, intensity, good worker, hard worker, terrific, and he's holding a Dundie while quoting Lex Luthor, a villain of all people. I love everything about this sequence. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
The cold opening. I love it. 4 out of 5. Wilmore was spot on for fighting to keep this cut in the final edit of the episode. It's almost perfection. As for the episode itself, this is a hard one. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. I've rewritten this several times, trying to articulate what I think the issue is. It is an episode with exceptional bits in it. Michael and Pam.
Pam, you're trustworthy.
Thank you.
And a woman.
Oh, no.
Michael and Stanley.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I did learn it on the streets. On the ghetto, in fact.
Michael and Jan.
Okay, why don't we just step into my...
Michael and Dwight.
Look.
Michael.
Oh, my.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Oh, God, were you guys making out?
And Michael and Jan again.
Obnoxious and rude and stupid, and you do have coffee breath, by the way.
And looking over my notes, there's a ton more. The problem is that this episode's narrative is constructed with the conference room meeting resolving with 5+ minutes left in the episode, leaving the rest of the events of the episode, as genius as some of them are, feeling like the episode just lingers. And this is no offense to Larry Wilmore. This is a great episode with so many great jokes in it. I think it might have just fallen apart in the editing room. But hey, that's just my opinion. What do you think about the performance review episode? Also in the comments today, come up with your own acronym for Dwight's name. Let's see what you can do. I'm going to go with dominant, watchman, iconic, godlike, hemp grower, tiny nose. That was a lot harder than I thought. Have fun. Consider giving this video a like and subscribe to the channel so that you can be notified when we have new content. Next week, we're going to be taking a look at the email surveillance episode. I also have several more videos in the pipeline. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
I guess I missed you.
I missed you too.
Hey, and welcome to an extra special Thanksgiving episode of the Office Field Guide. What makes it extra special? Well, today is Thanksgiving. And today, we are looking at the email surveillance episode. And while the email surveillance episode has nothing to do with Thanksgiving, it was first aired in late November, there is a get-together, unwanted company shows up, and there's enough uncomfortable situations to go around. So, yeah, Thanksgiving. This episode was written by Jennifer Soletta and directed by Paul Feig. The setup for email surveillance is that Michael begins to monitor his employees' emails and discovers that Jim is throwing a barbecue at his house. Michael isn't invited, yet inevitably attends anyway. And this begs the question, if you could have complete, unadulterated access to every email conversation ever sent and received by a character of The Office, who do you think it would be? Leave a comment while we surveil this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
First up, one of the things I loved about this episode the first time I watched it was that the cameraman truly seems like a character in the show.
What? Oh, yes! Thank you.
The doc crew is not this involved in any story arc in the show until the much beloved Season 9 arc with Brian the Boom Mic Guy. Wait, nobody likes the Brian arc? Alright, moving on. There are only really 3 thoughts I want to call out from this episode. First, the cold opening is one of my underrated favorites of this entire season.
Michael, should I call the... What?
The IT tech guy and me did not get off to a great start.
The timing of the jump cut works so perfectly, and Michael's low-key racism is an endless well of good jokes. And I might be butchering this name, but Omi Vida, who plays Sadiq, said that he thinks he got this role because he was familiar with the British version of The Office, and having watched it, was well familiar with the racist overtones of the David Brent character, took a scarf and created a turban out of it, and walked in the audition room with it on. Vida went on saying that The Office was one of his favorite US productions, and that the party scene with Jim was basically a real party with everyone from The Office, except that they had to shoot a few scenes while they were chatting and relaxing in between takes. Secondly, the improv class is one of my favorite bits in this episode. It's such a great idea to have Michael Scott attend an improv class because he's terrible at it. Everything I've learned about improv in my life has come from movies, TV shows, and a few video essays on YouTube here and there. So, I'm pretty much an expert. It's the best that Michael escalates every situation in every scene by injecting a gun into the situation. And it's yet another character establishing moment. Michael is 100% unteachable. He isn't aware of himself at all, and he thinks he's actually pretty amazing at this.
And the guy says, "Hey, you're funny. You're the funniest guy I've ever seen." Or, "My name is not Dale Earnhardt." And that was an improv.
Lastly, the party at Jim's has so many things to talk about, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. Vida again said that the video games that they were playing was actually Call of Duty 2 on the then unreleased Xbox 360. I love that Toby is sitting cross-legged in front of the TV like a kid. And speaking of Call of Duty, there is a bit of a continuity error here, or at least an unexplained bit. Jim has a Call of Duty 2 box sitting on his desk. Pretty sure it's the PC version of the game, yet in Season 3, Jim claims to have never played Call of Duty before. Is it possible that Jim was just pretending not to know how to play Call of Duty in order to flirt with Karen? Jim also has a guitar sitting in his room, but in Season 4 we learned that Pam didn't even know that Jim could play the guitar. So maybe we just chalk this up to Jim being guarded. One thing I did appreciate about the writing, directing, and camera work during this episode is that the camera makes it a point to show both Dwight and Angela's shoes during the episode.
Hey, I love the Birkenstocks.
Thanks. Yeah, I always keep an extra set in the car for special occasions.
Burger? Dog? Having fun?
I got sap on me.
Chicken?
And thus when the camera finds Dwight and Angela in the doghouse, we can tell who it is because they've already established those shoes. And a few rapid-fire bits from the party. Michael arrives just as Kevin sings the line, "Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore."
Just turn around now, because you're not welcome anymore. And I've got all my...
Surprise!
And I've seen this on social media. Is this Roy? I don't really have much of an opinion on that, so if you have an opinion, leave it in the comments. So moving on, I think starting a duet love song with no partner is one of the most Michael Scott things a person can do.
Okay, this is a duet, so need somebody else? Pam, you wanna come up and sing this one? Need somebody else?
Okay, and help me with this one. Does Michael say FBI Agent Michael Scarn here? It sounds like that to me, but Netflix is saying Michael Scott.
La 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 la.
Boom! Detective Michael Scarn! I'm with the FBI!
So let's carry on that conversation in the comments. Let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
The Office writers are still working as hard as they can to create a cringe-inducing Michael Scott, but ending each episode with hope. Michael Scott is borderline unbearable in this episode, yet somehow they still turn the episode around in the last minute to leave it feeling hopeful and also introducing a new element entirely to the series.
We're making love! Islands in the stream. That is what we are.
I think that the deeper meaning could really go down two paths here. On one hand, we have the surveillance aspect and everything that was going on in the US around that time with Homeland Security and the fear of Big Brother.
The problem is that when people hear the term Big Brother, they immediately think it's scary or bad, but I don't. I think, wow, I love my Big Brother.
On the other hand, we have a constant theme running through this episode that it is what we do that defines how we are viewed by others. Not what we project, but what we do. The question of whether Michael should be surveilling his employees is irrelevant to the plot of this episode. Much like in our present world, it's already happening. And I'm not being a conspiracy theory guy, it's just the truth of the digital age we live in. Everything we do online builds a profile on us. Our employees are looking at us, our government is looking at us, everybody is watching us. It just is what it is. And with the inevitability of being monitored comes a realization that what we do is what defines how we are viewed. And we see that throughout this entire episode. Dwight and Angela are extremely cautious about protecting the privacy of their relationship, yet it is still revealed. Jim is still secretly pining over Pam, but it's becoming increasingly obvious that Jim has feelings for Pam. And Michael's the real tricky one here. He seems to be impervious to how people view him. Take the email surveillance plotline as evidence. If this was approved by corporate, it surely would have been done for only business reasons. Michael immediately wants to see what people want to say about him.
Try profits. No, try Michael Scott. Michael, boss, and funny.
But when people's real thoughts come back, Michael acts like this.
Sorry I didn't write back sooner. I can't go to the game tonight because my boss, Michael, is an ass and making me stay late. Well, Stanley's an ass.
And again, in the improv studio, Michael has no self-awareness nor the ability to be coached, and thus ruins improv for everyone involved. And after the improv group ditches him, Michael shows up at Jim's party uninvited. So at the end of the day, it's not about whether or not we're being surveilled. It doesn't matter what we try to project. It doesn't matter how good or bad we are at a certain hobby. What matters is that we build each other up instead of tear each other down. And Jim, he's got a heart of gold in this episode.
It requires a dedication.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to establish that Michael loves to take the high harmony.
We got something going on.
What else? He only sings the high harmony to Happy Birthday.
What gives you the right?
All right, let's rate this thing. So the cold opening gets a 4 out of 5 for me. I think it's underrated. I don't hear anybody talking about this one. Why Michael thinks that this man is a terrorist is beyond me, but Michael thinking that turning off the lights and locking the door is going to fix his problem is hilarious. Also, Jim either makes friends really fast or this IT guy isn't new at all and Michael just hasn't noticed him, which are both equally possible. All right, and so for the episode, I give this one a 3 out of 5. And I was weighing between a 2 out of 5 as well. I can't tell what it is about this episode, but it gets a groan out of me every time it comes up. I think it's story-based, which I can't fault the writers or the producers or anybody else too much. Michael's being rejected by people, whether earned or unearned, is always hard for me to watch. Also, Jim pining over Pam is relentlessly shown in this episode. Just looking over my notes, I wrote things like, this is hard to take. Michael just called Angela a liar. Oof. Dwight trying to lie his way out of not ruining Michael's surprise party is rough. So I think my gut take is more based on the feelings that this episode produces in me, rather than the point of the episode itself. The improv section, the cold opening, and Jim's party has enough gold in it to at least merit a 3 out of 5. But with that, let's award some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the boldest request of this episode goes to Ryan Howard.
Hey, is Katie coming?
Actually, I haven't talked to her in a while.
Huh? Is it cool if I call her?
We can talk about that later.
And the Dundie for the best series finale callback goes to Kevin Malone.
I gotta erase a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
Your internet searches were so filthy, we had to throw out your computer.
Is that all it was?
That's it.
So let me know in the comments today what you think about the email surveillance episode. Don't forget to tell me whose emails you'd love to spy on, and if you like this field guide, please consider giving this a like. If you're digging these videos, then subscribe to the channel. Next week we're going to be looking at the Christmas party. Thanks for watching. Happy Thanksgiving. See you next time.
Athletes, sluts, and I'm sorry. Presents are the best way to show someone how much you care. It is like this tangible thing that you can point to and say, hey man, I love you, this many dollars worth.
Merry Christmas. Last week was our fake Thanksgiving episode. This week is our crazy early Christmas episode. Today we're looking at The Christmas Party. Christmas Party is the 10th episode of the second season of The Office, or 16th overall. It was written by Michael Schur and directed by Charles McDougall. It first aired on December 6, 2005, and it was viewed by 9.7 million people. The setup for this one is that everyone's favorite branch has a Christmas party with a gift exchange. Michael breaks his spending limit by 2,000% and makes the entire party super awkward. In that party, we see a gift exchange. Today, let's get festive in our comments. Pick one character from the show and explain what gift you would get them in a Secret Santa. But with that, let's unwrap this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
First up, a missed That's What She Said opportunity.
Push! Push! No, turn it around, turn it around. You break it, shove it, break it! You shove it! Shove it back!
Michael Schur mentioned in the DVD commentary that Dwight unveiling the Christmas lights to an underwhelming effect was based on a similar experience that the Schurs had on their first Christmas together.
Not great.
And still on the tree, Kevin is using a paper cutter here, which is just great. But his look here is priceless. Also, sorry that these things are so petty, but Michael's line here is so underrated.
That is a perfectly good mini tree, Kevin. And we are going to sell that to charity. That's what Christmas is all about.
And clever editing here.
Her memo said that we need to prepare for every possible disaster, which to me seems excessive.
Which would leave me thinking that Angela's just a bit overzealous about the party planning responsibility, and okay, she clearly is.
Michael should have asked the party planning committee first. He's not supposed to just spring things on us out of nowhere.
But then the jump cut seems to clearly convey that Michael Scott is the disaster that is probably going to happen.
Which to me seems excessive.
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Pimp!
Back to Schur's commentary on the DVDs, he pointed out that Phyllis's day gets progressively better as Angela's day gets progressively worse. And speaking of Angela Kinsey improvised the stomping of the ornaments because the plastic ones wouldn't break. I love this scene. It's funny, but it also conveys all the emotions so well. And speaking of improvisation, Kate Flannery's line here was also improvised.
The deal is that this is my last hurrah because I made a New Year's resolution that I'm not going to drink anymore during the week.
And on my first few casual viewings of this episode, I never noticed how Jim ended up with the shamrock keychain, which means that someone else stole the shirt from him. And I'm willing to guess that that someone is Creed Bratton.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
All right, and let's play rapid fire callbacks. This episode is chocked full of callbacks from future episodes. So let's roll. The aforementioned keychain that Jim ends up with is seen again a couple times throughout the series, but I know that it makes it as far as Season 5's employee transfer episode. The foot bath that Kevin bought himself makes an almost return in Season 4's chair model. Though it never makes it into the shot fully, the props department did confirm that it was the same foot bath. The teapot is obviously shown again and again throughout the series. The catalyst that starts Michael's temper tantrum is receiving the hand-knitted gloves from Phyllis. But what is Michael stressed out about? Not having enough time to receive from Phyllis on his last episode?
Oh, they're still not done.
Oh, no. Let me see. Oh, Phyllis. Nice try. I love him.
And speaking of his last episode, Michael also must have recalled that Dwight had an affinity for paintballing.
Paintball lessons with Dwight Schrute.
You and me, Michael, yes.
Who wants to take paintball lessons?
245 behind the building, paintball.
Drinking at the Christmas party comes back up in the Moroccan Christmas episode.
Have you ever, under the influence of alcohol, questioned the teachings of the Mormon Church?
Where did you get this?
I got it on a website. That's not important.
And maybe there's more, but that's all I've got off the top of my head for now. And honestly, there's a ton more to talk about here in this episode. I won't have time to go through all of it, so I'm just going to really quickly mention a few things. Michael's bit about reverse psychology is gold.
Reverse psychology is an awesome tool. I don't know if you guys know about it, but...
Michael throwing Dwight's ears in his face. Dwight saying that it's Machiavelli meets Christmas. Kelly kissing Dwight is hilarious. Michael taking these pictures. Here's a brief montage of all those shots.
And spread the word that I will have my digital camera, and I'll be taking pictures all along the way. And the best and craziest thing that happens will be on the cover of the newsletter.
That's from me?
Great. Where'd you get it?
I don't know, it was so long ago.
Pam.
Oh my God! Thank you very much, Santa.
If I can't throw a good party for my employees, then I'm a terrible boss. Anybody making out in here? Not yet. Give it time. Oh, hey, Ebenezer. Boink. Okay. How's it going in here?
1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Congratulations, gentlemen.
What's up, my nerds? Check it out.
No. I really want you to have it.
All right. Thanks, man.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Let's shit out of here! It's happening!
Well, happy birthday, Jesus. Sorry your party's so lame.
And every time I see Michael take that picture of Meredith, I think, well, he's fired. But with that, let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Because there was so much in this episode to call out in my thoughts, I don't want to belabor this point. I think the writers are doing something here over a couple episode arc. For those following along at home, Michael was unwelcomed everywhere he went in the previous episode, Email Surveillance. Michael seems to have 2 social groups, his employees and his improv group. In that episode, both groups reject him. Even though the Email Surveillance episode ends on a high note, I think it's more due to the internal writer's room rule of ending each episode on a hopeful point. Moving to the Christmas party episode, Michael wreaks havoc again by trying to make his employees happy, a plot device that Schur used in his previous episode, The Alliance. When Michael's shown to be self-focused, he's a wreck, creating a sequence that hits me in the gut every time I watch this episode.
I'll take the teapot.
Oh, shouldn't we? About that specifically for Pam.
I feel this to my core, but when Michael finally begins to be selfless, he shows his staff a good time.
If I can't throw a good party for my employees, then I'm a terrible boss. Who wants a drink?
Me, please.
Go! Here we go!
Albeit not in a corporate-approved manner.
Stupid corporate wet blankets. Like booze ever killed anybody.
But ends up finally being included somewhere.
Who's in?
I'm in.
Yes.
Michael? Paul Richards? Yeah, that sounds good.
So, simply put, just don't be selfish. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was intended to shed light on the old Pennsylvanian rule that alcohol sales associates must wear ties.
Is this enough to get 20 people plastered?
15 bottles of vodka? Yeah, I should do it.
Cool, box it up.
Apparently they did some research on this. But with that, let's exchange some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The award for making me laugh harder than any joke in this series so far goes to Ryan Howard and Michael Schur.
Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
Ryan Howard.
Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
What line of work you in, Bob?
I can remember watching this episode for the first time and laughing so hard. And the Dundie for the worst idea of the episode goes to Michael Scott.
So I guess some good came out of firing Devin after all. Maybe I should call him, tell him that.
What gives you the right?
All right, so for some ratings. The cold opening. Okay, this cold opening gets a 3 out of 5 for me. It's good, not great. Extra points for Michael's smile and the Griswold's family vacation reference, but that's about it. As for this episode as a whole, I'm giving this one the fabled 5 out of 5. The sheer amount of stuff I needed to skip and cut from this episode for time indicates that there's so much to talk about here. I initially remembered this episode as the one that stressed me out so much. However, there's so much good going on with every character in every sequence. It's such a good episode. It's an episode that also pays off in the future.
Well, then I guess you're ready for this.
What's that?
It's from the teapot.
So today, don't forget to leave the gift exchange idea in the comments. Also, just overall, tell me what you think about the Christmas party episode. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Consider giving me the gift of a like or a subscribe if you liked this video. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at Season 2, Episode 11, entitled Booze Cruise, written by showrunner Greg Daniels and directed by Ken Kwapis. It first aired on January 5th, 2006, and was viewed by 8.6 million people. The setup for this one is that Michael wants to motivate his staff with an off-site corporate event, and while Michael is attempting to motivate people, Jim is battling with telling Pam his feelings for her. So let's jump into this one and get cruising.
No one asked you anything ever?
So let's start this one off with a geography lesson. Lake Wallenpaupack is a 40-minute drive from the heart of Scranton. It's the third largest man-made lake in the state of Pennsylvania, and if this booze cruise really took place on Lake Wallenpaupack in January, then this lake would have been frozen solid, making this whole booze cruise impossible. The filming for this actually took place over in Long Beach Harbor in California. Interestingly, the filming occurred over a multi-day shoot. By the end of the second day, many of the cast and crew were feeling the effects of seasickness.
Captain Jack says you should look at the moon.
Captain Jack's a fart face. I'm on medication.
Really? What?
Vomicillin.
Probably the other interesting note that I made while researching this episode revolved around Greg Daniels. In a 2006 interview with Entertainment Weekly, Daniels recalling his time in the sound mixing booth, watching Jim over and over again squander his chance to kiss Pam on the booze cruise. He said, "I'd seen it so many times, but I was yelling, 'Do it, you idiot, kiss her.' To me, it's this kind of passion that ensured that The Office would turn out the way that it did, a huge success, because the people behind it really cared about the characters and what they were building in this show. I do think that it's interesting that the woman from corporate is actually a college friend and roommate of Mindy Kaling. In fact, the two co-wrote a show together, and that's what got Mindy Kaling her big break. Michael's conflict with Captain Jack is a solid callback to his similar power struggles with Mr. Brown.
And I am the regional manager of Dunder Mifflin, Michael Scott. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, please,
This is what I'm talking about. We don't have to pretend that we're colorblind.
Exactly.
That's
We're not
fighting
colorblind.
ignorance with more ignorance.
tolerance.
No, with more ignorance. Right, exactly.
life preservers. They are located underneath the seats all along the
Don't
perimeter
worry, we're
of
not
the
going to be
boat.
needing life preservers tonight.
Well, we might
it's just
be,
going to be.
okay? Please let me finish.
Well,
okay?
Michael, I would love to have your permission to run this session. Can I have your permission?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And it would also help me if you were seated.
Okay.
Thank you.
And as far as a hidden goodie goes, I love that Kevin is wearing the advised hockey mask. I also love that Dwight catches Michael's distaste for being called Gilligan immediately after Michael just called Dwight Gilligan.
And Dwight, you will be Gilligan.
Cool. Actually, I'm the skipper.
Okay.
But you could be Gilligan.
Yeah, I'd rather die.
You can see really quickly Dwight's reaction when he catches this. I think that this was really well done because throughout the entire episode, Dwight seems to be an antagonist of sorts to Michael, and I think this is a subtle motivation as to why. Love it or hate it, the Jim and Katie story arc comes to an end in this episode, so I thought it'd be fitting to close out my thoughts with a goodbye to their relationship. So enjoy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Listen, have a nice weekend.
Yeah, definitely. You too. Enjoy it.
Stay away from my mom.
Too late, Kev.
perfect. She's been talking to Michael a lot.
I wouldn't think of it.
Hi,
Hi,
I'm Jim.
I'm Katie.
Hi, Katie.
AWESOME.
Do you think that'll ever be us?
No. Let's break up.
Whoa, what?
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, and I'll get into this more during the rating section, but this episode's kind of a mess. As such, the clarity of what the deeper meaning of the booze cruise is, well, I think it gets lost a little bit in the narrative. But what I can tell from the overall message here, it revolves around motives and motivations. Michael's strongly motivated to motivate his staff.
I'm going to combine elements of fun and motivation and education into a single mind-blowing experience.
Michael's speech about the men in the furnace room on the Titanic seems to suggest that Michael doesn't understand what motivates people.
They're happy down there in the furnace room, and they're dirty and grimy and sweaty, and they're singing their ethnic songs, and
Pam seems to be questioning her motives for staying in the relationship with Roy.
Sometimes I just don't get Roy.
However, her attitude changes when she is re-proposed to, thus re-motivating her to stay in this relationship. Jim breaks up with Lois Lane in this episode when his motives are questioned.
What is wrong with you? Why did you even bring me here tonight?
I don't know. Let's break up.
Dwight is unknowingly motivated to steer the boat using a fake steering wheel.
What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
And lastly, Michael motivates Jim once Jim felt like he had lost all hope.
Well, if you like her so much, don't give up.
Typically, an episode of The Office presents an overall thesis message for the entire episode. But this episode, on the other hand, is just not so clear. It feels like what Michael is trying to say here.
She's engaged.
BFD. Engaged ain't married.
Is the heart and the thesis of the episode. So I'm going to go with that as the message here. Basically, Michael's point here is that anything that's worth going after isn't going to be easy. And even if there's a sliver of hope, then you should hold on to that hope and fight to achieve your dreams. In this, Michael and Jim share this incredible moment together, where you can see their wheels turning in Jim's head. On one hand, he's now regaining hope that he can one day be with Pam, and on the other hand, he's probably genuinely shocked that Michael gave him advice that wasn't cuckoo bananas. It's such a great performance by both of these actors.
Huh. Never, ever, ever give up.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode existed just to blend the reality between the Office universe and our own universe.
Back in the 60s, I was with the Grassroots. Now I do quality assurance for a paper company. As you can imagine, drugs played a part.
I mean, I see why this was removed. It's not necessarily funny, and the fact that Creed Bratton really is the real Creed Bratton is just mind-trippy enough. It does add more context to this series finale callback, though.
During that time, the police say he sold drugs and trafficked in endangered species meat and stole weapons-grade LSD from the military.
But with that, let's award some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie for the worst timing of a breakup goes to Jim Halpert. For having to be held captive on a cruise ship for hours trapped together. This is so awkward. And the Dundie for being the best boss of dancing goes to Steve Carell.
Sometimes you have to take a break from being the kind of boss that's always trying to teach people things. Sometimes you have to just be the boss of dancing.
Even when everyone is tired and throwing up from a multi-day shoot on a boat, you can still see the camaraderie and respect going on behind the scenes here, and I love it.
How long did that go?
But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right
Alright, the cold opening gets a 4 out of 5. I love the Jim Dwight prank cold openings, and this one is super clever. Like most pranks on the show, it doesn't matter if it's even possible to pull off, we just get to see the payoff. As for the episode, this one's rough. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5, but hear me out. This episode has some high highs, namely the cold opening, the bit with Kelly in her new bathing suit, Michael's dance, the dramatic tension in the scene between Jim and Pam, and the moments with Jim and Michael. But I have to say that this is a 22-minute episode, and these moments account for approximately 2 to 3 minutes of the runtime, leaving the majority of the episode feeling off, unfunny, and just difficult to get through. Anytime the office is set off-site early in the series, they seem to have some problems, but all the more in this episode when the entire cast and crew are battling seasickness. I get it, but I'm not going to excuse it. The highs are presented in this episode spiked the average up to at least warrant the 2 out of 5. The good news is that even a bad episode of The Office is still better than the best episode most sitcoms ever made. But with that, what do you think about the Booze Cruise? Do you disagree with my rating? Leave it in the comments, let me know what you really think about this episode, but tell me why you think this episode deserved a higher rating. If you're enjoying these field guides, consider giving this video a like and a subscribe. Leave a comment. All that stuff helps the channel in the long run. I really appreciate you watching. See you next time. Hello, and welcome back to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at episode 12 of season 2 entitled The Injury. The original name for this episode was going to be I Grilled My Foot.
I burned my foot!
But NBC and Mindy Kaling deemed it too weird of an idea. It was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Brian Gordon, who also directed the season 1 episode, The Alliance. The setup for this one is that Michael is stalled getting into the office because he burned his foot on a George Foreman grill, and Dwight, while attempting to rescue Michael, gets a concussion. This episode aired on January 12, 2006, and was viewed by 10.3 million people, making it, at the time, the highest rated episode in the series so far. So let's fire up this grill.
No one asked you anything ever?
Coming off such an overproduced and serious episode like The Booze Cruise, The Injury is a break from the subplots of season 2, giving us just the bare essentials of an Office episode. A simple and solid execution of a premise is all the episode is attempting to give us. Novak said that this is one of his favorite episodes, and the original premise of this one just spun out of control from the writer's room. The original plan was for Michael to fall asleep in the sun, wearing sunscreen everywhere except his feet, which I absolutely think is hilarious, and I almost wish they would have done it. I'm sure they had a little bit of Kramer in mind when they were working through this episode. Okay, so Marcus York, who plays the property manager, said that he was so anxious about doing his lines, he practically forgot them during his first run-through.
Really hard for you to... Shit. Okay.
But according to an interview in People magazine in 2010, York mentioned that he received a lot of positive fan letters about his performance in the Injury episode. And lastly, about production stuff, John Krasinski said that the best part of filming this episode was the sequence in the van, which, to be honest, spraying Rainn Wilson and Steve Carell in the face with a water bottle would just be pretty great.
No!
Give the bottle to Michael.
No!
Give the bottle to Michael.
Give it to me. No. Just keep your eyes on the road. Give me the bottle or you're fired.
You can't fire me. I don't work in this van.
Okay, so other than that, I do try to call out some cultural references in this. Does everyone know what a George Foreman grill is? These things got super popular in the mid-90s, I think. I was really excited when we got ours as a kid. They're just basic, simple electric griddles with those lines in it to make paninis and meat, but you get the grill line too. It's supposed to be healthier because the grease slips down off the pan, and it's supposed to be easier because the grilling surface is really easy to clean. And for some reason, George Foreman, a 2-time heavyweight champion boxer, has his name all over it. I don't really know why they chose a Foreman grill, but Michael's explanation of how he injured his foot, it sounds like the writer's room just went crazy. Yet somehow, when Carell delivers this line, you just know that this is a thing Michael Scott would actually do.
Today, I got up, I stepped onto the grill, and I clamped down on my foot. That's it. I don't see what's so hard to believe about that.
A few episodes ago in the Christmas party, we heard this exchange about the video iPod.
And also, Roy got me an iPod, or was going to get me an iPod, so.
But in the Injury episode, we see Pam says,
They're like an iPod, only they're better, because they're chunkier and more solid.
Roy gave it to me for Christmas. I'm trying to figure out how to put songs on it.
I don't think Pam is necessarily complaining, but she is shocked that Dwight knows the name of the off-brand device. And that's all we get for this exchange. Nothing more is said. It's things like this that reward the audience for remembering the smallest details of the show to see how these things will come back again. And look, I'm not really commenting on Roy's gift giving. Honestly, a video iPod is pretty expensive, but I'm not quite sure how expensive it was.
This is $400.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you left the price tag on.
I did?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, that's right. $400 is a pretty expensive gift for a warehouse worker to give as a Christmas gift. I think where Roy did go wrong was opening his mouth in the first place. Either he was using this as an opportunity to make his intentions of a Christmas gift seem better than they were, having never planned on giving Pam a video iPod in the first place, or he really did think that this was just an out for him. Either way, his comment in the Christmas party is probably what got him in trouble in the first place.
Yeah, I was gonna get you one of these for Christmas. I don't have to. It'd save a ton of money.
So what are you gonna get me instead?
I don't know, maybe like a sweater or something?
And I fear bringing this up because I can't really verify it. I looked around on the Wayback Machine. I really couldn't come up with a more conclusive answer for you. So if anybody in the audience knows, feel free to leave it in the comments. But I found a website for the Prism DuoSport device that Pam received. Though it doesn't seem to have any affiliation with The Office, but after clicking around for a bit, it's pretty clear that it's a joke website. But the Wayback Machine has this content dating way back before this episode even aired. So I'm not really sure what to make of any of it. I'll leave the link in the description. It seems to have been updated. Is this a real company? I'm not really sure, but it was bizarre enough for me to call this out. But with that, let's get into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Alright, so the thesis of the injury episode. Well, so far The Office has tackled downsizing, sexual harassment, racism, and now we're looking at disabilities. And in all fairness, I don't think this episode is actually a serious look at disabilities at all. What's actually happening here is that the writers are juxtaposing Michael's minor injury to a real disability. So with everything presented in this episode, I don't think there's a ton to really sink our teeth into. It's pretty surface. But there is a clear message. Michael is making everyone miserable due to a minor injury. Comparing that to Dwight and his concussion and the property manager's disability, who seem genuinely to the point and trying to get their jobs done, and also make other people's day better. So in essence, I think the message here is to be kind to people, whether they have grill marks on their feet, they're in a wheelchair, or they have issues going on inside that we can't even see. And that's where this episode kind of excels. Where episodes like Halloween paint Michael as a terrible person all day long, yet shoehorn in this moment of hope, the injury paints him as a terrible person all day long, but is faced with a moment of altruism that genuinely impacts him and Dwight's day for the better.
Michael went in there with him too. It's pretty sweet.
Really? Michael went in with him?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But they shouldn't be much longer now, so we'll be back soon.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode could exist for this doctor's response.
Does the skin look red and swollen?
That's what she said.
That's my joke. Damn it, Dwight.
And there's probably also something to be said about how Dwight takes on various other people's characteristics while he had a concussion. His demeanor with Pam becomes significantly more Jim-like.
These covers are totally indestructible.
Really?
Yeah. Throw it. I promise it won't break. Check it.
He doesn't seem to care about his secret relationship with Angela.
'Cause you're sweeter than candy.
What is wrong with you?
And then the aforementioned stealing of Michael's joke. The Office is an endless well of analytical material, but with that, let's award some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the episode continuity goes to Brian Gordon. Really, for this reason alone.
So, I guess Pam and Dwight are friends now.
Oh, God, no. Dwight isn't my friend. Oh my God, Dwight's kind of my friend.
While Michael's taking the conference room as his triage center, each of the talking heads that are done during this time take place in random places in the office. It's little details like this that I love. And the Dundie for the second time breaking character in the series goes to Angela Kinsey and Brian Baumgartner.
It's Lord of the Ring trilogy if you see it back to back.
It's good.
I mean, this has to be breaking character, right? I don't think Angela Martin is ever that friendly to Kevin. But with that, let's get to some ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, so the moment you've been waiting for. The rating for this cold opening is a solid 3 out of 5. This cold opening has high energy, it's funny, it's well paced, and essentially sets up the entire episode. I'd give this a 4 out of 5, but really, I'd save those for truly memorable cold openings. This one to me is great, it hits on all cylinders, but it just misses something truly memorable. Having said that, I also want to give a shout out to everything that had to work to make this shot perfect. It's a mixture of directing, timing cues, cinematography, and acting. Michael mentioning Ryan, and then he comes into focus. It's just so well done.
Jim, could you come get me?
I have to stay here and answer the phone.
Okay, could someone come and get me, please, Ryan?
Michael, you should stay home and rest.
There's no toilet paper here. Could Ryan? Tell Ryan to bring toilet paper. Could you tell him that?
As for the episode itself, I'm giving this one a 3 out of 5. It's got some great bits, and is overall extremely more relatable than the Booze Cruise episode. As such, it nudged its way up to 3 out of 5. Overall, it's not one of my favorites, but it is a solid episode of The Office. It's crazy to think that this was the most viewed episode in the series up to this point. They were probably super excited about that. But I want to hear what you have to say about this episode. Leave it in the comments. Don't forget to like this video, it definitely helps me out. Consider subscribing if you haven't already, and also consider sharing this channel with another Office addict that you may know. Alright, I'm done begging. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Welcome to the Office Field Guide. We're reviewing every episode of The Office, and today we are looking at the second season's 13th episode, entitled The Secret. This episode was written by the dynamic duo Lee Eisenberg and Gene Stupinski and directed by Dennis Gordon. The setup for this one is that Michael realizes that what Jim told him on the booze cruise was in confidence, which has unanticipated consequences. And the B-plot for this episode revolves around an investigation that Dwight is running to figure out if Oscar, who took a sick day, is actually sick. The Secret aired on January 19th, 2006, and was viewed by 8.7 million people. So as we kick off this investigation, I ask you this question. How many secrets are being kept in this episode?
No one asked you anything ever?
To start off, we have some goodies from the DVD commentary. According to Kaling, at 26 hours, this was the shortest written episode for the series up to that time. The idea for this episode was inspired by a friend of Eisenberg's who was recently forced to undergo some spring cleaning at his job. Krasinski said that this was his favorite line of the series so far.
Jim has got it bad for Pam.
Oh, which one is Pam?
Well, she's...
The What's Up Dog bit was inspired by someone pulling that same prank on Stupinski. Krasinski said that this entire sequence was filmed out of sync. That's because he couldn't keep a straight face during this entire thing, and I swear you can see it right here.
Okay.
And maybe the most intriguing bit for me was Fisher saying that after the scene where Jim confesses that he does not have a crush on Pam anymore, she cried because it actually broke her heart.
I am totally over it.
Cool.
Okay.
I say this a lot, but it's this kind of passion to the roles and the characters that make this show so incredible. A couple of firsts here in this episode too. Michael's love for magic.
It's ridiculous. They took my card away because I spent $80 at a magic shop. What they don't understand.
Also, did you notice that Michael's wearing a false thumb? Such a silly detail to throw in. At the Hooters, we see Jim's lunch routine is vocalized for the first time.
And he can have whatever he wants.
Can I just have the ham and cheese sandwich? Thanks.
Jim has worked at the same place for 5 years. Jim eats the same ham and cheese sandwich every day for lunch.
And as for the Hooters scene, Krasinski did mention that Carell practically improvised everything in these scenes. And Carell was in full force during this time. In character as Michael Scott, he started playing a game in which 2 or more people start shouting an obscene word at varying levels to attempt to outdo each other, which Krasinski said was the craziest thing he's ever experienced. Also, according to a TV Guide article, during the filming of The Secret, the cast of the show discovered that Carell had been nominated for a Golden Globe Award. Fisher later noted that it was fun that The Secret is the episode that aired immediately after his win. And this is dumb and kind of minor, but there is a deleted cold opening in which Michael was playing on a golf set, which explains why he's holding a golf ball later when Jim walks in.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Jim Bag.
You remember that thing I told you on the booze cruise about Pam?
But with that, let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Alright, I asked at the beginning of this video how many secrets are being kept in this episode. There are 3 key secrets presented in this episode. Jim's secret crush on Pam, Oscar's secret homosexuality, and Dwight and Angela's secret relationship. But there's actually more than just 3 in this episode. Michael has to keep a secret on why Jim and Michael are now hanging out from Dwight. Pam's keeping a secret of how bad it hurt hearing Jim's statement.
It was like 3 years ago. So, I am totally over it.
Cool.
Jim only fronted half the truth to Pam, and Oscar's original secret wasn't that he was homosexual, it was that he was out sick.
Michael, is there anything you need from me? I'd like to go back to bed.
I need you to go to bed. I need you to get better. See you Monday, unless you're still sick. So have a great long weekend.
I'll just be sleeping.
And I'm sure there's more hiding under the surface here. So knowing that this episode was inspired by a spring cleaning concept, I think that is the key to unlocking the thesis for this episode. Spring cleaning, for anyone who's unfamiliar, it's the process of cleaning out your house or whatever during the springtime. Thought being that after the stuffy winter in your house, the springtime provides an opportunity to open the windows and deep clean and organize your house. Thus, spring cleaning in this episode is used as an underlying metaphor that some secrets that have been cramped up inside characters are now ready to be cleaned out. And this becomes extremely obvious when there are 2 secrets presented early in the episode. As the office gets cleaned out, secrets begin to be revealed. I think the writers are playing with this allegory in a couple other ways too. First with Creed. Creed is a very mysterious character, and he maintains that through the very end of the series.
No, that was mandatory.
Oh, I thought it was a volunteer thing.
I think this is the writer's way of showing that he's not all about airing any of his secrets. Ryan, on the other hand, as we talked about early in season 2, there just isn't much to Ryan. There's no mystery to speak of. It's very shallow and very surface. I think the writers are using this to demonstrate that Ryan has no depth.
If I had to, I could clean out my desk in 5 seconds, and nobody would ever know I had ever been here.
And the investigation motif that Dwight is manning, I believe, is a metaphor for the fact that there will always be agencies out there to attempt to find our secrets. Thus, to put this all into a nice message, I think that the idea here is that secrets are going to exist as long as relationships exist. When you look at Jim, Pam, Michael, Dwight, and the others, they all have relationships that are intertwining their lives together. So in a sense, secrets are going to exist because relationships exist. I don't think the writers are making a statement on whether or not these secrets should or should not be kept. Rather, it's just a statement that when relationships exist, secrets are probably going to be a given.
Secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone. Wow.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to pay off some debt NBC owed to Hooters.
What did you guys talk about?
Just, politics, literature.
I hate you.
But with that, let's give out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the top investigation skills goes to Kelly Kapoor.
He seems kind to me.
You're not his friend. You don't know. He is in love with a girl he works with who's engaged, so just cut me some slack, please.
Pam?
Did you think Dwight was going to win that one?
I have conducted interviews with everyone in the office.
Just go to his house and see if he's sick. I could have done this investigation in like 20 minutes.
Including prep time?
Just do it.
Well, Dwight didn't win that one, but the serious business Dundie goes to Dwight Schrute.
Listen, Tim. I'm conducting a little investigation.
I gotta say, I've never noticed that Dwight shows his notebook to Ryan like it's some sort of badge. Well, let's dig into some ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, the cold opening here, I love this one. Every time it comes on, I'm exceptionally happy. This one gets a 4 out of 5. It's funny, it's relatable, the punchline of the sequence is so awesome.
Hey, is it me? Or does this place smell like Up Dog?
What's up, dog?
Gotcha! Oh, God.
Knowing that it was shoehorned in the last minute, as they had already planned a different cold opening, helps me understand why this doesn't have anything to do with the episode. As for the episode itself, The Secret gets a 4 out of 5, just barely for me. It's funny, it has dramatic tension, and the acting is on point. This episode juggles the cringe and the crushing defeat of an episode like Hot Girl, yet it makes it something that's touching and humanizing and still hilarious. But that's just what I think about The Secret. The better question is, what do you think about The Secret? What's your favorite line from this episode? Let's start with that. But with that, we've come to an end. Consider giving this video a like. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Next week, we're going to be looking at the episode The Carpet. So thanks for watching and see you next time. Hello, and welcome to the first Office Field Guide of 2020, a brand new decade. Today, we're looking at The Carpet. This episode makes me feel dirty. This is the 14th episode of the second season of The Office. It was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Victor Nelly Jr., who's directed a ton of episodes of shows that I really like. Check out that IMDb page. The setup for The Carpet is that someone left a dirty substance on Michael's floor, thus Michael spends a day at Jim's desk, and Jim is relegated to the annex. The Carpet aired on January 26, 2006, and was viewed by 8.6 million people. So with that set up, let's air this one out.
No one asked you anything ever?
This was the first and only episode to feature the character of Ed Truck.
Ed, hi, thanks for meeting me. Must be kind of neat coming back.
Yeah, shall we go upstairs?
Oh, well, honestly, Ed, I really don't want to be up there right now.
You didn't hear? Decapitated, whole big thing. We had a funeral for a bird.
I'm pretty sure none of that's real.
And we do have a great meme moment here too.
Ugh. Ed Truck was the manager before me. Horrible. He hated fun. It was like, oh, Ed Truck is walking toward us. Stop having fun.
And this newsletter has similar dummy text as it did the last time it was shown during season 1. I do love that dummy text like this has become a trope in Sure shows. This text on screen is such a great opportunity for Easter eggs and jokes in the future. I think this is the first episode we really get to see Kelly become the Kelly that we all know.
Please, he's so cute. I like him so much, and I would do it, but I'm too shy. Please, Jim, please, 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 Jim, please, please, please. Because Toby used to sit there, but then he had to move over there because of an allergy.
Allergy to the desk?
Weird.
And an interesting note here is that during the production of this episode, the cast and crew found out that the show was going to be picked up for an entire third season.
Oh, yeah! It takes an advanced sense of humor. I don't expect everybody to understand.
Okay, and I've seen this around the web, but it's unverified as far as I can tell. Story is that Steve Carell actually planted a stink bomb in his office.
What is it? No, just tell me what it is.
Michael, I gotta get out of here. I can't hold my breath that long.
Open the door up.
With this type of method acting, he was really hoping to inspire real reactions from his fellow cast.
No. I cannot believe a pipe burst and left that there.
I'm not really sure it's real, but it is the kind of thing that I read sometimes, and I just know it could be completely true. But also, not true at all. I do love this sequence, though, when Michael's trying to tough it out in his office.
I can't stand it.
It's revealed that the cameraman wasn't even in the office during the filming. I also think it's interesting that according to the scoreboard, when Michael calls it quits, Stanley's number 1 and Michael's in last place. Which means that Dwight must have been really having an off day. Or maybe allowing Michael to win, because above Kelly's desk, you could see that Dwight had the most sales of the quarter. It is entirely within Dwight's character to let Michael best him, but never a computer.
Am I scared of a stupid computer? Please, the computer should be scared of me. I have been Salesman of the Month for 13 out of the last 12 months. You heard me right.
Okay, and let's talk about this substance.
What is that?
Oh, I don't know.
Is that a bird?
I don't think it's a bird.
Oh.
This looks like a fritter to me, and I don't know if that's just a thing from where I'm from, so I thought I'd show you. It's this. It's kind of like a cross between a donut and a funnel cake. A local gas station makes blueberry fritters, and I love them so much. What this doesn't look like, other than that, is poop. But that's all it could be, right? I have no other theories. It has to be poop. That's what Todd Packer left on his floor.
Paxter! Wacky Pack, how you doing?
Hey, listen, did you get that package I left?
Todd Packer, a grown man, walked into his boss's office and pooped on the floor.
You mean the thing?
But it's never outright said that it is poop. If you have a theory other than poop, leave in the comments what you think it could be. I'm completely open to suggestions. I do think it is implied, whatever it is, that unless a different crazy person was working for Ed Truck previously, Todd Packer probably also left the same package in Ed's office too.
Smells horrible.
Yeah, somebody once did that in my office.
Really? Well, that figures.
But with that, let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
So as I mentioned, this episode makes me feel dirty. I think that's the point of the episode though. While Michael has a real-life stink package sitting at his desk, Jim is hitting an all-time low. First, he's having to deal with Pam's absence, then her coming back and getting along with Roy, which is probably the first time we've really seen that in the series so far.
Wow.
Then being kicked out to the annex, and continually not having a chance to connect with Pam. It gives us a sense that nothing is right. Like you're sitting in a familiar place, but you just can't take the smell. As Michael works through the idea that his staff might not like him.
With people not liking you.
You can't expect to be friends with everybody.
Well, sure I can.
No, they'll always think of you as a boss first.
Jim is working through the idea that being without Pam might just be the new normal. This to me is one of those real-life episodes of The Office. You know, the kind in which life just is happening, and in life sometimes things just look like they're not going our way. But like a wise-ish man once said a couple of episodes ago,
never, ever, ever give up.
Which adds up, because as this episode resolves, we're right back to where we started.
It was done out of love, just like I thought. It's, God, these people are so, these are good people. We have fun. We just have fun.
I don't know if you guys figured out who did that to Michael's carpet yet, but I have a theory that involves an interdepartmental conspiracy. Everybody in the office, we need to talk.
Both Michael and Jim walk away from this unscathed, as they still have hope. Should they? That's a different question. All I know is this episode starts with a fart and ends with sweetness. So I think the overall message here is that sometimes even when things look bleak, it doesn't mean there's no hope. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to start Ryan and Kelly's story arc.
Oh my God, he is so...
But with that, let's give out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the maybe foreshadowing, but probably not foreshadowing, but still a coincidence award goes to Dwight Schrute.
You know who used to sit at that desk?
The guy Miles, who quit to form his own company.
You know, Apple Computer started in a garage, and we're starting in a condo. So we already have a leg up on Apple. Look, it's official.
And the Dundie for being Creed Bratton goes to Creed Bratton.
Hey guys, somebody making soup?
This is such a good Creed Bratton episode. I love it. But with that, let's rate this.
What gives you the right?
So the cold opening gets a 3 out of 5 for me. The punchline with Michael is great.
But it's nothing compared to the way Michael looks at me.
So great that it single-handedly earned this cold opening a 3 out of 5. The rest of the cold opening is just used to set up the narrative of the plot of this episode, and it's just fine. As for the episode itself, like I said, this episode makes me feel dirty and gross, but there are plenty of good things going on in this episode. I'll also give this one a 3 out of 5. And really the end of this episode is what makes everything that happened during it well worth it.
You have 7 unheard messages. Hey, Jim, it's Pam. I keep looking up to say something to you, and then Michael's there, and it's horrible.
But those are just my thoughts. What do you think about this episode? What are your favorite quotes from it? What do you think that substance was? Leave it in the comments. Consider giving this video a like, leave a comment, consider subscribing if you haven't already. Next week, we're going to be taking a look at the Boys and Girl episode. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Hello, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today, we're looking at Boys and Girls. The setup for this one is that Jan sets up a woman in the workplace seminar in the Scranton office. Michael, feeling left out, maybe threatened, scrambles the men together and invades the warehouse. Boys and Girls was written by B.J. Novak and directed by Denny Gordon. It aired on February 2nd, 2006, and was viewed by 5.4 million people. That's a steep drop from the 10 million viewers just a few weeks prior, This was the lowest viewed episode in the entire series until the 8th season came around with the jury duty episode.
Well, you said I'd like to see you try, and then I kissed you with the force of 1,000 waterfalls.
But with that, let's dig into this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
The first thing I had to call out is that there are 3 instances of very clever editing and writing here. The first one is a little on the nose.
I guess the person I have the most in common with is
Jim Halpert.
Which is an amusing way to call out that Pam fits best with Jim. It's also a subtle reminder that she can't say that, and that the writers are showing this by having Roy be the one who says Jim's name. The second, and I didn't get this for a while, maybe I just missed it, but now I realize that it was in front of me the whole time. Jan is discoursing on this topic.
Sports metaphors are one of the ways women feel left out of the language of the office. Now, I know this might sound silly, but many women ask to go over it, so...
By the way, I love how this devolves into Kelly messing with Jan.
What about second base? Like, if Michael said he got to second base with you, does that mean you, closed a deal?
Excuse me?
But that's not the point. The point is, a few moments prior to cutting to Jan's discourse, Stanley says,
"Here is a run out the clock situation, just like upstairs."
I hadn't noticed that, but maybe that's the point. But we'll get to that in the deeper meaning. And the third is that Jan says that the women in the workplace have to overcome obstacles, and then immediately Michael walks in.
We often face a very different set of obstacles.
Yeah, I
thought
you know
we
what?
agreed that you wouldn't be
I
here.
thought about it.
This is a visual medium, and I love these kind of cues like this. And I'm sorry I have to gush about this sequence. When Kevin says that he'll have Jim's back,
I got your back if he does. But try to stay out of it.
but then while Jim and Roy are talking, you'll see Kevin in the background ready to not spring into action.
You know, you used to have a crush on Pam.
Oh, no.
No, it's cool, because I know you're...
I love it, and it's probably the highlight of the episode for me every time I watch this one.
All right, cool, man. Sweet.
Kevin does get his redemption in season 3 when this happens.
You kidding me, Pam? Come on!
And while we're talking about season 3, this sequence with Daryl...
Are you serious? You earning this?
Plus perks, yes.
Mike, this is barely more than I make. You've been here 10 years, dog.
always comes back to mind when Daryl says this.
And you just said we work a lot harder.
You do. So...
But we get paid a lot less.
Okay, and so a little bit more on the production side of things. This is BJ Novak's 4th episode. It's clear that he likes to take very serious ideas and explore them using some extremes. And I'm sure we'll hear more about this during their podcast, but according to a 2006 article in the TV Guide, Fisher and Kinsey originally formulated the premise for this episode. They pitched the idea of what if Jan came into the office and did a women in the workplace seminar, and Michael got all jealous. Daniels liked the idea so much that he worked it into the series and he assigned it to Novak. And Novak actually reached out to Fisher to ask if there were any personal stories that could help relate what Pam was feeling into this episode. That's where the idea of the storybook with the house came from.
Is your dream?
Well, I always dreamed of a house with a terrace upstairs, plant flowers on it, stuff like that, since I was a girl.
And so if you watch the pilot field guide, I said that Fisher's crying was a bit of a stretch. And I stand by that statement. But this...
They don't even make houses like that in Scranton, so I'm never gonna...
This makes me tear up every time. I feel Dash's dreams in what she's conveying. It's so well done, but that does lead us directly into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
So BJ Novak's tackled racism, sexual harassment, and fires. And now he's tackling feminism. Well, actually, same as the injury, I don't think this episode's deeper meaning is actually about what it is on the surface. This one's not about boys and girls at all. Though, from memory, I don't necessarily disagree with anything Jan says. And not to be overly critical, but this episode falls into what I've noticed as a trend in Novak's episodes. It's cluttered with a ton of extremely great bits, but the deeper meaning gets a little bit lost. But when you scratch under the surface, it's not hard to see. So though in this episode, it front-loads the idea of feminism, gender gap, and other female-related issues, this episode is really about pursuing our dreams. Which, in general, I think is a genius way to explore this topic. The setup is given for why Jan is doing this seminar.
Well, I'll be honest, one of the goals of these women's seminars is to feel out if there's any standouts, women who could be a valuable addition to our corporate life.
What we see the women in the office dream for is this.
I am not going to be one of those women schlepping her kids around in a minivan.
Great.
I want an SUV with 3 rows of seats.
And we will see some future initiative from Kelly later in the series.
You guys, I'm like really smart now. You don't even know. You could ask me, Kelly, what's the biggest company in the world? And I'd be like, blah, 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 blah.
But for now, Pam is the only outlier. While she does hope for the great family life.
More seriously, though, a husband that I love, Roy,
By the way, I love how Fisher read that line.
and I love to draw.
Pam actually does share her ambitions, even if Jan herself put a limit on Pam.
So where were we? Pam, are you okay taking notes then? Please? Thank you very much.
Flipping over to the guys, Michael actually initiates the warehouse workers to express their dreams, and incidentally motivates them to pursue them.
No, this would not happen if we had a union.
That's what I'm talking about. Whoa. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what we need to do. Man, see, that's what I've been saying, man.
And a dream spoken is difficult. When you put it out there, it's a standard by which you're going to be judged by. When Pam comes to Jim about this, Jim is extremely encouraging and selfless.
I think you should do it.
In spite of the fact of what we know it would do to Jim.
I mean, if she left, I wouldn't blow my brains out. Of course, I would take that job in Maryland because it's double the pay.
He still tells her to do it. Michael also plays this encouraging role to the warehouse guys.
Are you with us, Mike?
Yeah.
Welcome to the warehouse.
Though he probably ought to dash this hope, he doesn't, because he likes playing the role. So in both scenarios, we have a dream, we have an encourager, and then we have the dream dasher.
If there is even a whiff of unionizing in this branch, I can guarantee you the branch will be shut down like that. They unionized in Pittsfield, and we all know what happened in Pittsfield.
Jan comes in and quickly dismisses the warehouse workers' dreams, and Roy comes in and quickly dismisses Pam's dreams.
Dreams are just that. They're dreams. They help get you through the day.
Such real life presented in this episode. I believe the message that they're trying to go for here is that life isn't easy, and pursuing our dreams will always demand a price.
What? You have something you want to say?
You gotta take a chance on something sometime, Pam.
And Jan's line here is priceless.
It's just that the weekends aren't good because,
There are always a million reasons not to do something.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to reveal who the hidden genius of the warehouse is.
Just in case there's somebody down here who shouldn't be. Little Goodwill Hunting situation.
I love that this is the most complicated formula that Michael could come up with. But with that, let's give out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie for the Worst Boyfriend Award goes to Roy.
Glad she has a friend at work she can get through the day with.
Oh.
And she's not all when she gets home.
Yeah, I like talking to her too.
Roy is the worst, and this episode is a solid reminder as to why. And the Dundie for Michael Scott being dialed up to a 10 goes to Steve Carell.
Easy does it. Okay.
Michael is in full form throughout this entire episode. Everything he does is the most Michael Scott thing a person can do. I love it. It's so well done. It manages the cringe, but it does so in such a funny and humanizing way. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, so the cold opening for this one, I'm going to give this a 1 out of 5. And sorry if that's harsh. I don't think this was a cold opening. Rather, it was just another bit from the episode. It has some funny stuff in it, don't get me wrong.
Studies show that today's woman, the Ally McBeal woman, as I call her, is at a crossroads.
Michael.
And you have come a long way, baby.
But it is lacking everything that makes a cold opening great. But I do think this goes back to the fact that Novak was maybe attempting to do too much in this episode. But as for the episode itself, I give this one a 4 out of 5. It's never going to be on the list of my top favorite episodes of all time, but it's such a good episode. Well executed, so many good things in this episode, so much stuff to love. But that's just my thoughts. What do you think of Boys and Girls? I'd love to hear what you think of this episode. Don't forget to tell me what your favorite quote of the episode is, and consider giving this video a like. If you're enjoying what we're doing, hit the subscribe button. Also, feel free to share these field guides with anyone who loves The Office. Next week, we're going to be looking at the Valentine's Day episode. Super excited about that. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Hello, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. Today, we are looking at Season 2, Episode 16, entitled Valentine's Day. The setup for this one is that Michael needs to give a financial presentation at the Dunder Mifflin corporate offices in New York City. Meanwhile, the love lives of various characters are explored back at the office. This episode was written by Michael Schur and directed by Greg Daniels. It first aired February 9th, 2006, and it was viewed by almost 9 million people. So I don't know if I'm going to keep asking these trivia questions, but I'll ask this one for sure. How many gifts are given in this episode? I'll give you my answer near the end of this video. So with that, let's unbox this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, right off the top, I normally save my bloopers for the end of the episode, but I couldn't think of a better way to start this segment than showing this clip.
You're evil like a hobbit.
This is a blooper from a deleted scene, one in which was improvised by Rainn Wilson on the spot, and I just love him for that.
You are so little and petite, but to me you are extra, extra sweet.
My God.
All right, so the opening sequence of this episode, we get another Bob Vance from Vance Refrigeration bit.
Happy Valentine's Day, darling. Love, Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration. Isn't he sweet? Yeah.
Such a good callback from a great joke in the Christmas party, and we'll see it again in the next season in the Lap and Vance wedding episode. This wasn't my original idea, so I won't take credit for this, but I do think it's worth pointing out for anyone who hasn't heard the theory. The reason that Bob Vance always tags his business while introducing himself is that he knows that the cameras are watching. As such, it's a way for him to get free publicity for his local business.
Stanley Hudson. Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
Ryan Howard.
Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
What line of work you in, Bob?
And I think that theory makes a ton of sense. And also, to give you the warm fuzzies, the Dwight bobblehead has finally arrived.
I'm the bobblehead.
Yes!
Dwight was so excited about this bobblehead, and so apparently was the public. Word on the street is that there was a demand from the Office-loving fans for NBC to sell this bobblehead on their website. Okay, and so for another series first, this is the first ever appearance of David Wallace in the series.
Stanford
David.
and Michael Scott's granted.
Nice to meet you.
Ditto.
How are you, Jan?
He is, by far, one of the most patient characters on the show, and he's definitely on my short list of favorite supporting characters of The Office. An interesting thing I noted while watching this episode is that Jim and Pam do not speak to each other until the very end of the episode. Jim's leaving for the day, and it seems as though Pam is realizing that Jim isn't going to give her a Valentine's.
Like last year, Jim gave me this card with Dwight's head on it. It was horrifying and funny. And
All right, Beasley. Hey, happy Valentine's Day.
Bye.
And moving over to Michael's trip, I'm pretty sure that he's wrong about this.
This is the world-famous Rockefeller Center, founded, of course, by Theodore Rockefeller. This is a skating rink, and I think the Rangers practice there sometimes.
But I really don't care enough to look it up. Surely someone in the comments will tell us.
And don't call me Shirley. Airplane.
And it is rare when Michael actually uses a reference correctly. It's good writing because I actually had to go back to make sure that she really used the word Shirley.
Surely you cannot be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley. Airplane.
And speaking of the writing, the Conan and Tina Fey bit in this episode are great.
That's Tina Fey. That's Tina Fey from Saturday Night Live. I thought you were okay. I thought that was... Are you serious? He was here? When I was talking to the fake Tina Fey? Come on. And I was just...
As I've discussed in previous field guides, many of the cast and crew actually have an affiliation with both Conan O'Brien and Saturday Night Live. Okay, switching gears a little bit, Craig is a dirtbag.
Nobody needs to introduce this guy. Craigers.
What's up, buddy?
You have been kicked out of every strip club in Albany, is that true?
Guilty.
But if you notice, he perks up when Pam shows up on screen during the video.
Not bad at all.
He's kind of like if Todd Packer became a regional manager instead of Michael Scott. And I think that's the point of what they're doing there. They're showing that Michael is actually good at his job. And I really just want to look at two more main things in detail here, so stick with me. First, the Faces of Scranton video. This thing is epic. All the footage that was collected is depicting the staff of the Scranton office in the same clothing as the last several episodes, indicating that Michael's been preparing this video for a few weeks. Michael talks about the Scranton office like it's a promo ad for the state of Wyoming.
Next time you're in town, give us a call. Stop on by. I'm sure you'll be greeted by a big smile and a "how you doing, pal?"
What Michael says about Oscar and Phyllis makes me laugh every time.
What it's like to walk a mile in Oscar's shoes or try on Phyllis's pants.
And his closing title card is just the best.
Great score!
Though this video is goofy and unnecessary, it is shown that Michael's prepared with the material that corporate requested. This is another sign that Michael does try to go above and beyond for his job, whereas Craig blew off multiple assignments completely.
Did you? No, I just ignored her. She's the worst.
So, does that mean that you don't have the numbers on your branch?
That is correct.
And we have to talk about Michael's New York trip. According to the DVD commentary, they had to keep these clips short because people kept gathering around once they recognized Steve Carell. And so let's look at the details of Michael's trip. Michael starts his day by getting ready and then driving to the Scranton office, which we know opens up around 8 a.m. Michael discusses on camera with Dwight his plans for the day.
Patient on the branch to the new CFO.
And you want me to come with you?
No, the opposite of that.
Michael drives about 2 hours and 11 minutes to the heart of Manhattan, near Times Square, and he eats at his favorite pizza place at 701 West 47th Street, which is in Times Square, though this is no longer a Sbarro's, which also is not the big fancy Sbarro's that was in the heart of Times Square. That one was probably too crowded for them to get this shot. Then, walking down Times Square, making it as far down as West 45th Street for this clip.
Oy vey, schmear.
Then Michael, for some reason, makes his way up to 49th Street to get on a subway, which I'm not exactly sure why he was getting on a subway since he really didn't need to take a subway anywhere. But Michael decides to go a different route because somebody is pooping in a box.
It's a way to... Okay, here's a guy pooping in a cardboard box down there.
Michael then detours over to Rockefeller Center, which is a straight shoot down 49th Street.
That's Tina Fey. That's Tina Fey from Saturday Night Live. I thought you were okay. I thought that was... Are you serious? He was here? When I was talking to the fake Tina Fey? Come on! And I was just...
At this point, Michael starts wandering around aimlessly, asking people for help. He makes it to a river.
I think that's either the Hudson or the East, so we're back... Should be back this way.
It's also either on his way to the river, on the way back from the river, that Michael runs into a down-on-his-luck Devin.
Hey! Hey! You know what? It was nice to see Devin again, to sort of get closure on that whole thing.
And this river is the Hudson. I can tell this because of now questionable search history. Michael is around the Hudson on West 51st Street, which would be a 23-minute walk, one way. So at this point, Michael then walks another 23 minutes back to essentially what is right across the street from Rockefeller Center. As a Midwesterner, I am extremely fascinated with New York City. I share Michael's enthusiasm and energy when I'm in that city. But traversing Manhattan is so tiring. I'd be dying if I had to present to the CFO.
And this presentation is Desert Storm. And as soon as it's over, we will not have to deal with those Iraqis anymore. Let's do it.
Okay, so New York stuff aside, I asked at the beginning of this field guide how many gifts were given during this episode. This is somewhat of a subjective question, depending on what you consider a gift. So I'll give you really two answers. Specifically, traditional gifts, there are 9 gifts given during this episode. I'm not going to count Oscar's Valentine's as a gift because I don't consider that a gift. So what we have is Phyllis, first flowers. Phyllis, another gift during Jim's talking head at 2:41. Dwight gets the bobblehead. Phyllis gets flowers number 2. Phyllis gets the giant bear. Phyllis gets flowers number 3. Phyllis gets chocolates along with flowers number 3. Oscar gets flowers, and Angela gets a key. If we include the non-tangible gifts, we get a little bit broader and a little bit more subjective. But we could include gifts such as
Jim gave me this card with Dwight's head on it.
And it might also be a stretch, but Michael saving the branch with the video and the sales figure could be considered a gift to the branch.
The best present would be you do a good job in front of the new CFO.
Also, we could include that Michael is going to bat for Jan.
Is a fantastic executive and has all the integrity in the world.
And when Jan kisses Michael, we could consider that a gift. And Roy's gift to Pam.
Well, Valentine's Day isn't over. Let's get you home, and you are going to get the best sex of your life.
Which makes a grand total of 14 gifts. If I left anything out, leave it in the comments. I think the one that probably would have tripped up most people is the gift that Pam delivers during Jim's talking head, since it's happening in the background. But all right, with that, let's dig into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
This episode is really an example of The Office finding its groove. So much happens in this episode between the A-plot of Michael going to New York and the various subplots of Angela and Dwight, Jim and Kelly, Kelly and Ryan, Pam and Roy, and all the nuance in between. Like, for instance, that Jim doesn't have a single line addressed to Pam until he's walking out for that day. It's nuance like that that tells a story in the absence of spoken lines. The Office becomes a masterclass demonstration at character growth and storytelling in a very tight primetime television mockumentary timeline. This episode times out at 21 minutes, and they use every second. But that's enough for gushing. The Valentine's Day episode is simply a look at the love life of everyone in the office, with a solid catch-up of where all these relationships are. But with the motif of gifts being given in this episode, I think the deeper meaning here is more about how someone feels loved. And stick with me here. In his book, Gary Chapman discusses that there are 5 love languages that every human being on this planet comprehend. And while I'm not exactly sure that it's concrete philosophy, it does paint a nice picture for how various people interpret love.
Sometimes the gift is really about the gesture, like what it means instead of what it is.
The languages discussed in the books are gifts, words of affirmation, quality time, physical touch, and acts of service. The philosophy of the book posits that some people may speak in a love language that the receiver is not hearing. Case in point,
and you are going to get the best sex of your life.
Pam's nonverbals here indicate that she's not enthused about this gift at all. Michael, on the other hand, exhibit 2 love languages to Jan, acts of service.
I'll fix it, so I'll talk to him. I'll talk to David.
And also words of affirmation.
And Jan is a fantastic executive and has all the integrity in the world. And
based on Jan's reaction, she's hearing the love languages that Michael is speaking, and the Michael and Jan saga is back on. So I don't think it's that much of a stretch to assume that the writers are exploring how our actions can make our significant others feel loved.
You mean like a ham?
No, not like a ham.
Good night, Pam. Good night, Phyllis.
Or can leave them feeling empty.
What's wrong?
Nothing. It's just that I had to sit here all day while Phyllis got like an entire garden delivered to her.
And in order for our significant others to feel loved, we should be able to find out what their love languages are and then speak those love languages.
Care for it, feed it, lovingly, the way an animal deserves to be loved. And my animal deserves a lot of loving.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists for Pam to wear a different hairstyle for the first time in the series.
I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
When researching this episode, that just kept coming up. I mean, I get it. That's interesting and all, but I don't really get it. Anyway, let's move on to the Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, so the Dundie for the Best Relationship Counselor Award goes to Pam Beasley.
It's about doing something so that the person knows that you really care about her.
Okay, I
that
get
you
it. That's
remember
great.
her.
Okay, shut up. I know exactly what to do.
And the World's Best Boss Dundie goes to David Wallace.
That's fine. Let's just forget it.
Good.
I love the little details in this show. You gotta wonder if Michael brought him that mug. All right, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, the cold opening gets a 2 out of 5 for me. It's pretty blah. I don't really have much more to say about it. As for the episode itself, I'll give this one a 3 out of 5. I think it's pretty okay. It's a solid episode of The Office. So much is happening, and while I stand by what I said earlier at the beginning of the deeper meaning, I think it's possible that almost too much is happening in this episode. There's a lot of extremely short clips stitched together to make a story arc for this day. But everything is done very well, and it is a pretty funny episode, so 3 out of 5 is what it's getting. But with that, what do you think about the Valentine's Day episode? Anything you think I missed in this field guide that you want to call out? Leave it in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. As always, don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and all that. Also share this with any Office aficionados. Next week, we're going to be looking at Dwight's speech, and we have a lot to unpack there. Looking forward to that. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
So, what are you doing for Valentine's Day?
Seriously, you want to do something or with us? I have a convertible.
What are you doing?
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Office Field Guide. Today we are looking at Dwight's speech, which makes this the second season's 17th episode. This episode was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Charles McDougall, who also directed the Christmas Party episode earlier this season. This episode aired on March 2nd, 2006, and was viewed by 8.4 million people. The setup for this one is that Dwight needs to give an acceptance speech for an award he is receiving, and the B-plot is that Jim is planning a vacation to avoid Pam's wedding. There is a subtle C-plot in the background of this episode, with some employees fighting over control for the thermostat. And your trivia question for this week is, and don't look it up, how many extras did this episode have to employ to pull off the speech scene? And with that, let's get moving.
No one asked you anything ever?
This opening sequence does freshly remind me of the Boys and Girls episode when Jan talked about this.
Sports metaphors are one of the ways women feel left out of the language of The Office.
They're just boys tossing a football around, but honestly, they're not even really saying anything.
They are either going to say yes or no.
Okay, and so one production thing that I noticed here. There's a small continuity error in the cold opening. If you notice that when Michael throws the football and it hits Jim's desk, you see the pins fall over on some boxes. When Michael throws the football later, which is intercepted by Jim, the boxes and the pins are completely gone. I'm not complaining or nitpicking because this kind of continuity stuff really doesn't bother me at all. I'm genuinely impressed, actually. The planning to pull this off where the cameraman needed to be and where all the cast and crew needed to actually be standing is pretty impressive. It's a very simple bit, but again, everybody on the show was incredibly passionate about it. But we'll talk more about this cold opening during the rating section. But for now, let's talk about the award that Dwight is being honored with.
Literally the highest possible honor that a northeastern Pennsylvania-based mid-sized paper company regional salesman can attain.
So Michael won this award twice back in the 90s, but it seems like maybe he hasn't been back to this event since.
Wow, it's a little bit bigger than I remember.
And one little bit while we're looking at Michael show off his awards, you can see this clipping of Jan from the Dunder Mifflin Company newspaper. I'm not sure how old this clipping is, but it's completely plausible that Michael found this recently and hung it up because of his recent relationship with Jan, or that he's had a thing for her much longer than the film crew's even been following him. Anyway, back to the award. Assuming that Michael looked like this in the 90s, and that this was the response that Michael received when he tried to relive his glory days.
I am not Dwight Schrute.
My question is, do you think that Michael actually did well on his original 2 speeches?
And now, the black guy from the Police Academy movies, a robot.
You never really can tell with Michael. And about this award, Dwight is gushing about it early in the episode.
What was the 9th place prize again? A loaf of bread?
But considering that this is still Q1 of 2006, Dwight is probably accepting the speech for the best sales in 2005. Which means that this...
And that one call ends up being 25% of my commission for the whole year.
Yeah, no, that's actually another salesman here. Yeah, I can redo it if you want to do that. Oh, we gave you a discount? No, I don't blame you.
Might be the reason that Dwight actually won this award in the first place. But regardless, Dwight's speech is one of my favorite moments of all of season 2. There's so much energy, there's so much cringe, so much is going on in this scene, and it's just amazing. But we are going to get more into that in the deeper meanings, so hold tight there. Just a few more smaller things I wanted to point out. Angela is so into Dwight while he's practicing his speech.
Okay.
I read that this line was completely improvised by Rainn Wilson.
And I misspelled in front of the entire school the word failure.
And I'm going to consider this completely hearsay until I hear something that's a little bit more reliable. But multiple sources around the web quote Paul Lieberstein saying that Jim probably never took this trip. After confessing his feelings for Pam at the end of season 2, Jim transferred away, thus making the trip out of the country unnecessary. Take that for what it's worth. I don't know if I ever really considered whether Jim went on this trip or not. Maybe Ryan was right.
Jim eats the same ham and cheese sandwich every day for lunch. I don't know, if I were a betting man, I'd say he will have a fun weekend in Philadelphia.
But with that, let's jump into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
All right, we have a lot to unpack here. The first thing is, let's start with the analysis of Dwight's speech. This is important because it's not only the title, it's also the emotional climax of this episode. Thus, if the writers are doing their job, it is the key to unlocking the thesis of this episode. I always forget this in the list of Jim Dwight pranks, and maybe that's because this one is like the Monopoly community card that says, bank error in your favor, collect a bunch of money. Jim gives Dwight a sheet of paper that has tips and tricks from dictatorial speeches, and somehow it works out in Dwight's favor. Dwight's speech is comprised of paraphrases from Mussolini, Lenin, and Marx. And even though they're paraphrases, the rhetoric is pretty derivative from the fascist playbook. I posted an edited version of Dwight's speech while I was prepping for this episode. I wanted to see if I could actually turn his speech into something motivational. I think I kind of hit this weird space of oddly motivational and slightly creepy because you know where this came from.
I ask you, once more rise and be worthy of this historical hour.
So now that we've caught up on Dwight's speech, I'm going to say that this episode might actually fumble a bit on its thesis, which is mildly indicative to the other episodes that Lieberstein has been head writer on. And I'm not trying to be overly critical on him. I think he's an amazing writer.
Why you always gotta be so mean to me?
So I'm going to do a little stretching here, and I'll say that this episode is commentary on both how leaders use rhetoric to motivate and inspire people, and how the people react. When we look at this episode from the dictatorial angle, we see along with Dwight's speech, the advice that Michael gives.
You see how they responded to me? In that moment, I had them.
That is so great about the bonus!
No, it's not true. I was just talking.
The truth is completely something that can be nudged, flipped, angled, however the speaker wants. The leader in this case is simply trying to instill emotion in their people. In Michael's case, it's the false promise of a bonus.
So just go out there and say anything. Delete it up. They're a great audience.
Go ahead, get the wallpaper. Wallpaper the ceiling.
Looking at Dwight's speech, there is a call to unite under a cause by the leader.
I say, salesmen and women of the world, unite!
Humans are social creatures, and a charismatic speech like this has the ability to sway individuals to give up their individuality and fall in line. I mean, that is what Dwight is talking about here.
We must never acquiesce, for it is together that we prevail!
And it doesn't even have to make sense because the people are invested solely due to a charismatic speaker.
We must never cede control of the motherland, for it is together that we prevail!
See, charismatic leaders spouting rhetoric can be an incredibly dangerous thing. And there are countless examples of this throughout history, which this is a play on the trope of luxuries of eating grapes. Usually, leaders are depicted being fed grapes, which the joke here is that Dwight is the only one truly impressed enough with his victories to feed himself grapes. So from this angle, I believe it's a commentary on how leaders view this type of rhetoric. But if that's all this episode did, I'd be fine with that and we'd be done here. But the B plot and the C plot inject the idea of the people. Jim is dealing with the obstacles of Pam's wedding, and the accountants are dealing with the obstacles of control of the thermostat. Both of these obstacles bring to mind the idea of fight or flight responses, meaning that people will either tend to run from an obstacle or they will fight to overcome that obstacle. Jim is exhibiting flight here.
I'm gonna get out of town for a while and go someplace not here.
And the accountants are exhibiting, albeit a passive form, of fight here.
And one I probably should have thought about before I called you.
I get here early every morning so I can set the thermostat.
Dwight's initial response to being called up on stage is one of a mental flight.
Dwight Schrute!
Dwight, they called your name.
And Michael's response to Dwight's success is flight. Pulling this all together, I think that the thesis here is that leaders are able to captivate their audiences and manipulate their fight or flight responses with charismatic and intentionally chosen words.
So I captivated the guy who captivated 1,000 guys. Can you believe that? 1,000 guys.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to establish that Creed has been a world traveler.
I'd like to say hi to my friends in China. Wadu, Zhenghuadu, Pengyou, Ni Hao.
Which, I translated what Creed said, and this is true. Creed said, like this video and subscribe to Channel Wolverine. It's crazy. Okay, he didn't say that. He said, hello, my Chinese friend. But with that, let's award some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The never been to a wedding Dundee goes to Michael Scott.
Yeah, the bride doesn't really do. Have you ever been to a wedding?
That is what's implied here, right? And the award for making me laugh no matter how many times I've seen this goes to this cold opening.
Fumble!
All right, hey, Dwight. What gives you the right?
All right, so as alluded during my thoughts and the Dundies, I love this cold opening. It gets a 4 out of 5 for me. The timing of the punchline is impeccable. It's high energy, it's super fun, and I wasn't kidding for this review. I've probably watched it no less than 10 times over the last couple weeks, and I still bust up laughing every time I hear this part.
You all right, Ryan?
Ryan.
Yeah. Pam!
As for the episode itself, I struggle with this one. I'm giving it a 3 out of 5. There are moments of pure genius in this episode, but overall this episode hits in the just fine category. If the moments of Dwight's speech weren't done well, I would probably have to give this episode a 2 out of 5. Reason being, I don't have much to say about this episode while they're at the office. And as such, they needed to nail this speech sequence. But thankfully, they executed it so well. Turned into one of my top favorite moments of the season, enough to warrant this episode a 3 out of 5. And so that's just my thoughts on Dwight's speech. At the top of this field guide, I asked how many extras the show had to hire to pull off the speech sequence. The grand total was over 500 extras, which is bonkers considering that we're just a few months away from the showrunners even knowing whether or not season 2 was going to last more than just 6 episodes. At this point, they'd been picked up for season 3. I'm assuming NBC saw the hit they had on their hands and started writing blank checks. So what do you think about Dwight's speech? Leave it in the comments. I'd love to hear what your favorite parts or quotes are. I try to do each of these episodes justice. I'm aware that in any given episode, I'm talking about someone's favorite moment or someone's favorite episode. So if you like what we're doing here, give this video a like, leave a comment, subscribe, all that stuff. It helps so much. And share this channel with anyone who may like The Office. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
The ball, Creed!
Creed.
I'm gonna get. Okay, fine. Forget it.
My ball. My ball.
Babies around here.
Hello, and welcome to another Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at Take Your Daughter to Work Day. This is the 18th episode of the second season of The Office, or 24th episode overall. The setup for this one is that the Scranton branch is having a Take Your Daughter to Work Day, With this, we get to see how a lot of main characters interact with children. Take Your Daughter to Work Day first aired in March 16th, 2006, and was viewed by only 5.42 million people. It was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Victor Nelly Jr., who also directed the Carpet episode recently. But with that, let's start looking towards the future.
No one asked you anything ever?
So really, the big thing I wanted to talk about for this episode was the child actors. First up, Stanley's daughter is portrayed by Jazz Roykle. I couldn't dig up much about how she got this part, but Roykle is still currently acting. She's had a lot of roles in series that I've never heard of before, but it is cool that she's still working. It is funny that she would have been about 17 or 18 years old when she filmed this episode. So Michael's confusion is slightly warranted.
I'm in 8th grade.
Oh.
She's in middle school.
Yeah, middle school's amazing. It is extraordinary. An extraordinary time.
Okay, next up, Sasha is portrayed by Delaney Ruth Farrell. First, she's freaking adorable.
Okay, tell him what you wanted to say.
Do you need any help? No, thanks.
But it is cool that the same young actress returns for the Free Family Portrait episode in 2012.
1, 2, 3.
And this one blew my mind. Abby is portrayed by Haley Daniels, as in Greg Daniels' daughter, which was, wow, I had no idea. But past that, Meredith's son, who we see several times throughout the series, is portrayed by Spencer Daniels, as in Greg Daniels' son, who even took up precious real estate in the finale episode of the series.
Jakey?
Mom?
It seems as though Haley is not acting anymore, but Spencer Daniels is still currently working. And I don't know how to say this name, but it's Alec Zorbnak. This kid, who's interviewed by Edward R. Meow, is the son of the producer, Kent Zorbnak. Think I'm saying that right? And the last child actor I thought we'd talk about is the one who played the young Michael Scott.
So, what's your name?
That's me.
Hi, Michael. I'm Ed.
This actor's name is Jake Callender. I did a little bit of digging around, and I reached out to Mr. Callender this last week, and he was gracious enough to share some of his stories with me.
Take us back. How did you find yourself as young Michael Scott?
I don't even remember how it got started. I think maybe my sister was involved with these, they're called show camp. I don't know if they're still doing it. It was like musicals that they put on. And I remember I just kind of sat in on one of the classes because I think my sister was doing it. And they just let me be in it. Continued with that once I did a few plays. And then got a manager, started doing more auditions, did a few commercials. And then I auditioned for this. And I don't even remember the audition. I just vaguely remember going on the set of The Office, you know.
Are you a fan of The Office?
Yeah, I would say I'm a fan of The Office. I can't think of a lot of people who aren't fans of The Office, to be honest. It's a great show, you know. Cultural touchstone.
What's your favorite episode?
After some reflection, I would probably say the Olympic episode. There's that moment in the very end of the episode. Do you kind of remember it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael's kind of bummed out and reluctant, and you know, you can tell he's sad, and everyone sees this, Jim sees this, and they award him the gold medal. He doesn't really know what's going on because he just got a yogurt lid as a medal for no reason. But I just love that sort of camaraderie, and it feels like that's always what Michael is after, is that feeling that his employees are family.
I'm like super curious what their direction for you were, because to me it's one of those pinnacle moments for Michael Scott to kind of, you get so much of his background.
I want to be married and have 100 kids so I can have 100 friends and no one can say no to being my friend.
The showrunners had to be, it's got to be like this, you know, there was a thing they were going for. So what was it like?
Well, as far as direction, you know, I don't think they had to prod me too much, because I have a lot of nervous energy and I get angry a lot. And so I think that works with my 2 episodes, Take Your Daughter to Work Day, you know, just nervous and weird little kid. Yeah, that fits Michael Scott. That also fits me. Awkward. easy. I can pull that off. That's not acting. That's just me. I do remember having a lot of fun on the set because that was a bigger set than I was used to. You know, we did actually have a trailer for me. So I showed up and I have a picture somewhere of me in a little suit. And I got tea beforehand, spilled the tea on my shirt. So we had to replace the shirt. But as far as meeting anybody, I only met Steve Carell, but I met Steve Carell on the first shoot for Take Your Daughter to Work Day. And I feel bad about this as an adult. I remember going outside, seeing everyone eating lunch, but I remember walking up to Steve Carell because I recognized him somehow and asked him to sign my autograph. And I have that, my autograph, his autograph. We're the same person, I guess, in the show. So he signed it, the older Michael Scott. So I think that implies that I'm the younger one. But yeah, he signed my script for me. And I feel bad because he was eating lunch, but he was super nice. And I'm glad I got to meet him. But
what has that done for you? Turn on Netflix at any given time, see yourself. And like I said, that moment is such a pinnacle moment, for Michael Scott in that sense. Right. So like
that's just how far back it goes.
Right. I mean, did you ever use this, to kind of brag to your friends? Like,
quite the contrary. What has it afforded me? A lot of embarrassment, to be honest. It's a little weird seeing myself in the office, so I skipped those episodes. I remember dating a girl where we were watching The Office, and she insisted on watching the episodes that I was in, so I stood outside my room for the entire duration of that episode because I just did not want. And she came out howling. She was laughing so hard. So, I avoid those episodes when I can. Just little me. I just don't want to see it. But
I understand. You have a cringe in The Office that is a different cringe than anyone else when they watch that scene. You're cringing for a totally different reason. So
yeah,
I get that.
I realize that, it's it's supposed to be cringy. So I should take it as like, oh, I did a good job. I was cringy, and that's good.
Well, I could say as a fan, I don't know if you have anything to be embarrassed about. I think you nailed it. One of the things I do like to do on every one of my Field Guide episodes is award out some Dundies. So I am handing you this imaginary Dundie right now for the best child actor in The Office. Goes to Jake Callender.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate this word. I definitely won't pawn it off for Stanley Nichols and Troop Bucks, but I appreciate it.
You nailed it as a kid, as the young Michael Scott. And just thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I hope this was helpful in some way.
No, it was great. It was great.
Again, I want to thank Mr. Callender for his time. Super appreciate it. Other than the kids, I didn't really have a whole lot of hidden things here. I guess I did spot out Toby watching Michael while he's taking the kids around.
And he is in charge of something,
That
right?
is correct.
Say hi to the kids.
Hi, kids.
Yay!
Have you ever seen a foot with 4 toes?
But other than that, this episode is just kind of a character study on Michael and the rest of our main cast. We get to see them bounce off a lot of situations. But with that, let's dig into the deeper meaning, because I think that's where the meat of this episode is.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I think the thesis of this episode is summed up here.
You are the future.
Dwight's clearly still on a high from his motivational speech, but I think the writers are speaking this thesis through him. That phrase, "you are the future," is something that we say about future generations taking the mantle as older generations begin to slow down. I feel like this is where I need to put in like a okay boomer joke. Anyway, I suggest, based on evidence from this episode, that the writers are invoking this phrase to get us to think about our past and our future. The first piece of evidence is all of the children's media that is invoked throughout this episode.
I am like Superman, and the people who work here are like citizens of Gotham City.
From the Mixed-Up Files of Mrs. Baisley Frankweiler.
Oh, best book.
A book my grandmother used to read me when I was a kid. This is a very special story. It's called Struwelpeter.
Are you Mother Goose?
And a show that you might remember called Fundle Bundle. Okay, without further ado, Ryan?
These shows, comics, storybooks, or whatever are all designed to teach children something.
And then cuts their thumbs clean off.
Dwight, what the hell are you reading?
These are cautionary tales for kids. My
Yeah, you know
grandmother.
what?
This episode even ends with,
And teach your children well.
Why does he own a guitar if he doesn't know how to play?
this sets the idea that children are moldable, but they need direction to help follow their dreams. That's why cautionary tales exist, to teach and also to inspire. But this episode itself is a cautionary tale. Not for children, though, but for adults. Throughout this episode, people are being forced to deal with their insecurities, inadequacies, and their dashed dreams. The obvious and most pinnacle moment of this is with Michael.
When you grow up.
I want to be on TV.
And he is on TV now.
Would everybody please shut up, please?
I want to be married and have 100 kids so I can have 100 friends and no one can say no to being my friend.
This moment hits me in the gut with the force of 1,000 cringy suns. Michael's forced in this moment to realize that he did not grow up to be who he wanted to be. And not only that, but the children start digging the knife even deeper by innocently asking him piercing questions.
So you didn't get to be what you wanted to be.
But Michael's not the only one that gets to face his dashed dreams. Pam also has to face the firing squad here. Pam has this interaction with Abby during this deleted scene.
Do you like to draw, Abby?
Yeah, I want to be an artist when I grow up.
Me too.
You are grown up.
Pam is now left realizing that she also did not pursue her dreams. And this hurts based on the conversation that she had with Jim during the Boys and Girls episode.
You gotta take a chance on something sometime, Pam. I mean, do you want to be a receptionist here always?
Oh, excuse me. I'm fine with my choices.
And when dashed dreams are brought to someone's attention, they're forced to deal with it. We see these same concepts at play in the subplots with Ryan and Kelly. Kelly's not happy with where her relationship is, and so she throws Ryan under the Stanley bus.
Sniffing around her anymore this afternoon. Do you understand?
Yes,
Boy, have you lost your mind, because I'll help you find it. What you're looking for, ain't nobody gonna help you out there. Jesus can come through that door and he's not gonna help you.
Which may be my favorite Stanley moment of all time. We also have Dwight and Angela.
You know, I never misbehaved in front of my father because he was a very strict disciplinarian. I can only hope my Nate has some of those same qualities.
Horrible little latchkey kid who got suspended from school. So.
Meredith!
And we also have this deleted scene with Kevin dealing with his inadequacies.
Angela, is it okay if I'm the head accountant today?
I'm the head accountant.
Yeah, but...
So I think the message here is, it doesn't matter what you've done or where you are in life. You can start where you are right now and start following your dreams.
It is true. I, Michael Scott, am signing up with an online dating service. I need a username, and I have a great one. Little Kid Lover. That way people will know exactly where my priorities are at.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just an excuse for this closing sequence.
They would eat the weakest of the brood. They didn't eat the children. It never came to that.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, and since I already awarded Jake Callender a Dundie, let's give out our one last remaining Dundie. The Dundie for the best puppet work in the entire series goes to Edward R. Meow.
No one can say no to being my friend.
And just think about that. That's a person's hand on a local access children's television show exhibiting shock over the dreams of a socially awkward child. This moment, it just has all of the feelings wrapped up into it. And then Michael staring at the screen afterwards. Whew. Okay, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
This cold opening isn't really a cold opening. It's just an extended sequence from the episode itself. It sets the pace for the episode, which is good, but it's also indicative of the problem of this episode. It's just kind of boring. I'm going to give this cold opening and this episode a 2 out of 5. I love the young Michael Scott moments. Other than that, this episode is very Season 1-esque, and I think you know how I feel about Season 1. But that's just what I think about this episode. What are your thoughts? Am I being too hard on this one? Leave it in the comments. Again, I want to thank Mr. Calendar for joining us today. As always, if you like this episode, give this video a like, subscribe. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, and welcome to this field guide on Michael's birthday.
Happy birthday moment, Michael.
Thank you. This is the 19th episode of the second season of The Office, or 25th overall. It was written by Gene Stupinski and Lee Eisenberg, and I feel like I've said that so many times so far. I think I need to come up with some sort of commingling of their name.
Sort of a Brangelina thing?
I don't know, let's go with Stupenberg? This was directed by Ken Whittingham. This episode aired on March 30th, 2006, and was viewed by 7.8 million people. The setup for this one is that Kevin happens to be finding out the results of his skin cancer screening on Michael's birthday. So without any further ado, let's skate right into this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
Now, I think the first thing I want to call out here is that Kevin seems to be noticeably more intelligent, both mentally and emotionally in this episode. It is an example of how the writers play with different characters based on what they need him to do in that episode. Okay, and Oscar clearly knows how to skate, not just because we see his spin move here.
I want to go.
But we also know he ice skated with Gil when he was skipping work during the Secret episode. Okay, and I saw this online as well. Jenna Fischer had to learn how to ice skate for the movie Blades of Glory. But the writers had decided that there just wasn't any reason for Pam Beesly to know how to skate, so they opted to have her lean on Jim while on the ice. Michael Scott, on the other hand, well, the writers wanted to use Steve Carell's skating skills.
Yeah, I've been pretty much skating my whole life. I thought about playing in the NHL, but you're on the road so much.
Carell used to be a hockey player back in the day. I found an article from a while ago where Steve Carell was telling CNN, and I quote, "I am the LeBron James of rec league hockey." It's that same love for the sport that Carell seems to bring this into his other mediums. I found this clip of a skit on the Dana Carvey show where Carell talks about how intense his practice routine is.
I could stay home on Sundays, but that would be too easy.
That's all I'm going to get away with showing, so if you're interested, I'll leave the link in the description. And we do have a lot of callbacks in this episode. The cologne that Jim and Pam picked up from Michael is a callback to Season 1.
Night Swept. This is really amazing. Thank you. I love it.
What's up? Whoa, that's my Drakkar Noir.
No, this is Rite Aid Night Swept.
No, it is a perfect smell-alike. I'm not paying for the label.
Toby saying that the healthcare is terrible.
Honestly, is there any way you can get on your fiance's plan? My health plan is terrible.
There you are. Good news.
Really feels like a reference to Dwight's healthcare selection in the healthcare episode of Season 1.
Did you raise benefits?
I most certainly did not.
Oh, come on! That's horrible! Oh. Thanks, Dwight, for a crappy plan.
And this episode marks the third joke that Stupenberg aim at Pam's womanhood in the series so far.
Or much earlier.
Chillax, Pam. Stop Pam-MSing. That's pretty good.
I really don't want to talk about it.
Those are legs or boobs or...
What about you?
Or boobs, definitely.
Wow. Those things are like ticking time bags. All right? Think about it.
Something to think about.
I don't know if this counts as a connection to another episode, but listening to Jim talk about Michael's birthday routine,
He gets very excited and then he eats a lot of cake. And then he runs around the office, then he has a sugar crash in the afternoon, and then he falls asleep. And that's when we get our work done.
well, we don't see it in this episode, but it does seem that the writers reuse this idea for a future cold opening.
Michael ate an entire family-sized chicken pot pie for lunch, and then he promptly fell asleep. So we're all trying to be very quiet so as to not wake him up before 5 p.m.
And the last connection that I could come up with here is that Michael finds out about Kevin's pending diagnosis.
That sucks. Great. Sorry, that's terrible. Terrible news. That's terrible news for both of us.
Michael's reaction is almost a mirror image of the Sprinkles revelation in Season 4. which I love. In this episode, Michael's so desperate for his attention that when something of a higher priority comes along, he's really pissed about it. In the fun run in season 4, he's so desperate to get the negative attention off of him, he's so dramatic about the cat.
Pringles! God.
And this discussion of Michael's self-centeredness actually leads us directly into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I'm just going to say that the central theme of this episode is pretty surface, and it's a cautionary tale on self-centeredness. This is explored through some extremes. When you see the title of the episode, what's the first thought you have in your mind? I'll tell you mine. Before I even think about what happens in this episode, I just know it's going to be all about Michael.
Today is my B-Day, and people around here just go crazy for it. I don't know why.
Michael's already a self-centered individual, and it's pretty clear from this episode that he's taken that song, "It's My Birthday, I Can Cry If I Want To," into adulthood.
I asked for trick handles.
Pam was supposed to get him.
Okay, well, when she comes back, we'll do it again.
Which is funny because that means that on any given day, Michael's actually holding back. But today, his birthday, he knows it's all about him, and he sets everything up himself. He brings birthday donuts in his honor. He stages himself by those donuts to be able to talk about them with the next passerby.
Somebody brought in donuts for my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
He prints out this very pixelated poster.
Nobody even signed my birthday poster.
He gives Dwight a list of things that he wants to be surprised by.
Here's a list of things that Michael would like to be surprised by.
Michael wants a stripper-gram?
Yes, but he doesn't want to know when or whom.
No.
He buys subs in his honor, but only the kind he likes.
Okay, that is not an 8-foot sub.
We don't make an 8-foot sub. This is 8 1-foot subs.
And, okay, well, this last one takes more than just a second to unpack. But Michael rents an ice rink for his birthday party. A party that he did not apparently invite anyone to. So I think that it can be deduced that he was going to coerce his employees to attend his party one way or the other.
Jersey!
Turn it around. Turn it around.
Cool.
Show
Great.
So in all of this, we see that Michael is consumed with nothing but himself. Jim and Pam, on the other hand, are shown to be selfless in the way that they behave during this episode. Their primary goal in this episode is to lift Kevin's spirits, and in the process, they end up having a really good time.
Michael's birthday was actually pretty cool. It was a good day. I don't know. It was a good day.
So I think the simple message here is that taking attention off of yourself by taking the time to light up someone else's day can also brighten up your day. And though this...
Come here. Well, apparently in the medicine community, negative means good.
...is played for jokes, which honestly, it's great. This does seem to be a moment when Michael's truly outside of himself and not making a show of his sympathy for Kevin.
We're gonna beat this, okay? We're gonna... Come here.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to create one of the best gifts I use on a daily basis.
Got you.
But with that, let's give out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie for the greatest body check in the series goes to Michael Scott. I love this moment. And the Dundie for the cutest Jim Pam moment of the season so far goes to this intercom scene.
Please don't touch that. That is not a toy.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
How old are you?
I hate you.
All right, let's do some ratings.
What gives you the right?
I love this cold opening. 4 out of 5. I love the idea that Michael falls for gimmicky late-night infomercial products, but also pyramid schemes and random internet phishing schemes. The scene is high energy, it's absurd, and the picture that Michael draws to demonstrate the structure gets completed by Jim to make such a great punchline. Love it. As for the episode, I really enjoy this one. I give it a 3 out of 5. If you can't get past the cringe, then I don't fault you for not liking this episode. Michael is so self-focused, it is hard to watch. But if you can get past it, there's so much good going on. We get things kicked off with the Carol storyline.
You had no time to spend with your wife and kids. And I really want a wife and kids. Carol? Yeah. She sold me my condo. Hey, was this place on the market or?
We get this great moment with Dwight and Angela.
Yes. But don't expect any cookie.
But what if I'm hungry?
This reaction shot from Ryan gets me every time. But that's just what I think about Michael's birthday. What do you think of this episode? What's your favorite parts or lines that I may have missed? Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Hello, the time has come to cover drug testing, the 20th episode of the second season of The Office. Drug Testing was written by Jennifer Saletta, dang it, I never know how to say that, and directed by Greg Daniels. It first aired on April 27, 2006, and it was viewed by 7.8 million people. The setup for this one is that Dwight finds half a joint in the parking lot and goes to extremes to find the culprit. So for a fun trivia question, how many times does the word urine get used in this episode? Wait for that montage later. With that, let's light this one up, huh? Can I say that?
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, first up for my thoughts.
I like the people I work with generally, with 4 exceptions.
I need to know who you think he's talking about. I'm guessing it's Jim, Ryan, Kelly, and probably Pam based on this comment later in the series.
When I first met Pam, she said something that slightly rubbed me the wrong way. Since then, I've loved working with Pam, and she's frankly wonderful. But I hate her.
One production gaffe that I noticed is that the next episode of Season 2 is the conflict resolution episode, in which this picture...
But I'm sort of an expert at Photoshop, so it turned out fine in the end.
...is taken. So either Michael is a time traveler, or this episode aired out of order. Which, okay, I already know is a fact. This episode actually was the last episode they shot for Season 2. Jenna Fisher noted this on a blog, suggesting that's why her behavior is pretty giddy throughout this episode.
Pam, could you take this down? In addition to Toby's urine being tested...
And we do have a Luann sighting in this episode.
Assistant Regional Manager? You might remember testing...
And I love that you can see Michael eavesdropping next to her. And other interesting notes, after watching the deleted scenes for this episode, it's clear that the police have not been too happy about Dwight's volunteer activity.
I can't wear this anymore.
You were never supposed to wear this in the first place, Dwight. Why don't you give me a couple examples of ways that you've helped us out?
Surveillance, crowd control, directing traffic.
Macy.
And some have probably seen this meme online, but this is the episode in which Steve Carell had injured his finger earlier that week, and they were unable to remove his wedding band. So the crew just wrapped it with a bandage. You'll notice it during some of the talking heads.
I am ridiculously anti-drug. I am so anti-drug that I am above suspicion.
And I am making this thought section pretty brief because we're gonna have to unpack some stuff for the deeper meaning. So with that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, so this is a meaty episode to dig into, with a lot of angles to come at it from. Some of this is probably due to how it had to be edited down for primetime television slot. The standard episode of The Office is approximately 22 minutes after 3 or 4 commercial breaks, which they use as transitions for each act of the episode, meaning that they have about 7.5 minutes to complete an arc for each act. Add on top of that the writer's room of The Office would consistently output 45 minutes or more worth of script that had to be shot and edited down to fit that 22-minute time slot. I'm saying this because to really flesh out the drug testing episode, we have to use some of the deleted scenes as well as read between the lines. And so let's get clinical here. First, we have the A plot. This is Dwight's drug investigation and all the shenanigans that occur throughout. And the B plot is Jim and Pam's silence game that's played throughout the day. Starting with the main plot, the writers seem to be purposefully invoking the war on drugs in this episode. A little history here. The war on drugs is something that started in the 70s when the Nixon administration started cracking down on recreational drug use. And I suggest that the surface viewing of this episode is social commentary on the war on drugs.
As it turns out, Dwight finding drugs is more dangerous than most people using drugs.
As a disclaimer, I'm not politicizing any of this. I have opinions, but this is an incredibly nuanced discussion, and I'm just here to review episodes of The Office. But back to the issue at hand. So what I'm going to do is take a look at some of the criticisms that people have about the war on drugs and explain how The Office is performing some commentary on those criticisms. So let's start with the misinformation and the ulterior motives. During an interview in 1994, Nixon's domestic policy chief suggested that Nixon engineered the war on drugs to target his political enemies. Since he couldn't prosecute them for being against him politically, he had to figure out something to prosecute them for. As such, the ball started rolling with this war on drugs. Half-truths were passed off as hard evidence, and The Office seems to be taking a jab at some of this in this episode. Michael seems to be a stand-in for the US government, who used to not care anything about drugs other than maybe getting some tax dollars from it.
Because I was half-baked, smoking doobies.
Now, his hardline stance against drugs seems to have nothing to do with the drug usage itself.
I am ridiculously anti-drug. I am so anti-drug that I am above suspicion in any way that involves suspicion or testing of any kind.
That I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
And another jab against the Nixon administration, I believe, is the ignorance shown in Michael's presentation, which this is a great example of.
How many of these are you familiar with?
Hookah is not an illegal drug, Michael.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
But also the fact that he misspelled heroin. But this is just the start. With the war on drugs came a lot of legislation. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, Congress passed laws with the hope of solving a drug problem in America. The goals on the surface was to help detract people from engaging in drugs. Instead, it actually created a whole new class of criminals.
Criminals, don't he? I think that's the word you're looking for. It didn't used to mean me.
I'd say The Office is paralleling this with Dunder Mifflin's policy on drug testing.
It's automatic drug testing conducted within 24 hours.
Is that true, Toby? Oh, when you sign your job application, you agree to comply with random drug testing.
And it is clear from that clip, while Toby toes the line, it's clear he's not comfortable with this policy and really has no interest in actually pursuing it.
Michael's behavior is erratic and unpredictable, but I don't think he's doing drugs. Maybe he should take the edge off.
And that's probably because he knows that the consequences of being found guilty here have a devastating impact to the individual.
Is it bad? Am I getting fired?
And it creates situations like Michael experiences here.
And I think I may have gotten high accidentally by a girl.
Which would have been a false positive that would have ended Michael's career with Dunder Mifflin. So I definitely think there's some parallels there. But when it comes to law enforcement, another serious criticism of the war on drugs goes back to the original complaint of targeting specific demographics, namely the anti-war left and minorities. Throughout this episode, The Office seems to be making several digs at law enforcement. Dwight, the bumbling yet intense fool, seems to represent law enforcement. For example, here,
this is what all good law enforcement officers dream of, the chance to solve an actual crime.
Dwight's intensity doesn't seem to be truly based in his education.
That is Northern Lights cannabis indica.
No. It's marijuana.
Dwight's interrogation manner is incredibly offensive.
Shows a lack of motivation.
Hey.
Michael, representing the administration, seems to have no problem calling out the minorities and the left.
Your instinct is to say it's somebody like Stanley or Oscar.
Excuse me?
No, your instinct, that your gut reaction is to say that, but I don't.
Dwight, again representing the law enforcement, has no problem with racial profiling.
What does that mean to a United States law enforcement officer? He's a potential drug mule.
And overall, Michael Schur doesn't seem to have an issue calling out the Nixon administration.
Let's do the Nixon tapes. That's my jam!
What you always have to remember with the Irish is they get mean. Virtually every Irish I've known gets mean when he drinks.
And then lastly, this episode also criticizes the propaganda used in the war on drugs. This was both in the form of misleading statistics.
Now I want everybody to take a look to their right. one of those people will be dead from drug use.
As well as in the use of media. Growing up in the 90s, I watched a lot of PSAs, either in television shows or in commercials.
Do you think that smoking drugs is cool? Do you think that doing alcohol is cool?
Here's Michael's version of a PSA.
Drugs. Let's not and say we did.
But I do wish we would have gotten a Diversity Tomorrow type video for this episode. That would have been great. The topic of narcotics is incredibly nuanced, and I don't think that The Office is either anti-police or pro-drug. I think instead it's a comedy taking jabs at policies in an attempt to bring light to social issues, which is something that comedies should do, in my opinion. But you might ask, what the heck does this have to do with the B plot of this episode? Well, other than Jim and Pam's plot revolves around coke,
Here.
the better correlation is that Dwight is on a quest to find who is hiding the truth because he knows that someone is just acting like a normal law-abiding citizen on the surface. But the reality is that Jim is the one who's playing a role. Jim's acting ability is invoked twice in this episode.
Tangy zip of Miracle Whip.
Jim does the best impressions. Sometimes he'll look up at me from his desk and he'll just be someone else. Wow! He really pulled out the big guns.
See, he has truth hiding under the surface like a geyser just ready to blow.
That's what she said.
And that's what I think this episode is doing, advancing the plot of Jim and Pam in the background while creating an over-the-top premise to do so. One in which I think the writers had a ton of fun doing. Jim's final words in this episode have to be the motivating revelation for his actions in the casino episode that's coming up.
Why does he do the things that he does for Michael? I just don't get it. What is he getting out of that relationship?
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to introduce us to my 5th favorite supporting character of all time.
Dwight K. Schrute, I hereby declare you an honorary volunteer corporal in charge of assisting all activities security.
I love Hank. But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, so that went deep. Let's get away from the drug stuff.
The Doobie Doobie Pothead Stoner of the Year Award
goes to Michael Scott.
I went to an Alicia Keys concert over the weekend.
And I'm also going to point out that I love the image of Michael Scott going to an Alicia Keys concert, presumably solo and in a suit and tie. It's just an image to behold, one that I think we were robbed of. But we have one more Dundie to go. The best bloopers of any episode of Season 2 goes to drug testing. Enjoy this.
I will pray to Thor himself. Marijuana leads to crack, which leads to crystal meth, which leads to death, which leads to... I am praying to find this heinous culprit. And I will pray to Thor himself. I'm sorry,
You now exactly how much pot did you smoke?
10 a.m. and then work the beet fields till well after midnight.
I used to get a runner's high, which is why now I lift. Jen!
I'm sorry.
Jen!
That's awesome.
All right, so you stuck around this long. Let's give you the answer to that trivia question.
Urine. And it has to be urine.
Toby's urine.
Remember testing my urine?
Test a lot of urine.
I need your urine, just the urine. I need your urine. I need clean urine. Urine goes all over the place. Not my urine, under the urine.
Do you want to give Michael your urine?
I want him to have all the urine he needs.
We just need urine, sir.
Dwight was literally carrying around his own urine and dressed like one of the village people.
16 times the word urine is used in this episode. That has to be a world record or something. But let's get to the ratings.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
It's episodes like this that I have a hard time rating, but that's what I'm here to do. put in the hard work, and get the job done. This cold opening is just an extended sequence from the episode, and there's just not really much to love here. I'm going to give this a 2 out of 5. It doesn't hit much of my criteria on what makes a good cold opening. As for the episode, though, I give this one a 4 out of 5. There's a lot to this one. Everything works together really well to create an exceptional episode. But that's just what I think about the drug testing episode. What are your thoughts on this one? What are your thoughts on my take on the deeper meaning? Leave it in the comments. I really want to hear what you have to say about this episode. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Knock it off. I'm interviewing you.
No, you said that I'd be conducting the interview when I walked in here. Now, exactly how much pot did you smoke? Now, exactly how much pot did you smoke?
Hello, and welcome to another Office Field Guide. Today we are looking at conflict resolution. This is the 21st episode of the second season of The Office, or 27th episode overall. It was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Charles McDougall. It first aired on May 4th, 2006, and was viewed by 7.4 million people. The setup for this one is that Michael stumbles upon Toby's conflict resolution approach and decides he can do better, which obviously creates more havoc.
I say if Jesus saw that, he'd freak out. He'd freak out, Toby. I mean, on so many levels, and I'm supposed to work there. I'm supposed to...
What's the dealio?
All right, and so your trivia for today, what is the date that Pam's wedding is set for? With that, let's get this cage match started.
No one asked you anything ever?
First, the actor who's playing the photographer is Scott Adsit, who's excellent. He plays Pete Hornberger in 30 Rock, and that show is awesome. But on to conflict resolution. This episode is chocked full of references to other episodes in the series. I find it pretty neat that Dwight was just Badge, the security corporal in charge of all things security or whatever. Here's the clip.
I hereby declare you an honorary volunteer corporal in charge of assisting all activities security.
Okay.
Here's your badge.
And in that very next episode, he's already exacting change that he wants to see.
ID badges are long overdue. Security in this office park is a joke. Last year I came to work with my spud gun in a duffel bag. I got a spud gun in my car.
Really?
Yeah. Shoot a chunk of potato at your face, 80 PSI.
Spud gun! Woohoo! Bon appetit!
Sorry.
Even though it's never shown on screen, Stanley seems to really like Miracle Whip.
I enjoy the tangy zip of Miracle Whip.
This is from Kevin. He says Stanley uses his Miracle Whip without asking.
I also thought it was funny that right off the bat, urine is used again.
And we both have to hear Dwight order deer urine over the internet, so it evens out.
See my drug testing episode to catch that reference. Pam and Phyllis were talking about the wedding just a few episodes ago. This might be when Jim was venting to Toby.
All right.
Come on, one more time.
Toby was gonna write it down. I was just venting.
That out.
You know, just...
Pam refers to Dwight as Bobblehead Joe.
It's me. I'm the bobblehead.
Meredith seems to have fallen off the wagon.
Meredith complains that everyone talks too loud in the morning and the lights are too bright.
The deal is that this is my last hurrah because I made a New Year's resolution that I'm not going to drink anymore during the week.
And the clear reference here to the Christmas party episode is the jazz poster that Oscar is so offended by.
I'm supposed to work there. I'm supposed to...
What's the dealio?
And if you've seen the series all the way through, then you know that this
There's a sales manager position open in Stamford.
is the start of a story arc. And while we're on this moment, the Dunder Mifflin job postings, let's take a look at what we can see here. Okay, so some oddities here. Plant manager, not really sure what that's about, because Dunder Mifflin doesn't make their own paper.
You are describing Office Depot, and they're kind of running us out of business.
We have better service than they do.
IT manager is an interesting position, because they seem to outsource most of that.
Michael, should I call them? What?
The IT tech guy and me did not get off to a great start.
I do think it's interesting that the regional manager position is listed twice here. That might be a mistake, but I also think it speaks to the fact that Craig, this guy...
Craig!
I did not understand that this was supposed to be a full-on, report or whatnot.
was probably fired after this meeting. Everyone always beats me to the punch on these things. I went and looked around Reddit. I looked around online. I couldn't find anything. So this is a Wolverine exclusive. You're welcome. And while we're overanalyzing things that are on screen for just a moment, let's look at Dwight's badge. So the first thing, obviously, is that Dwight's middle name is Fart. You can see that Jim added to the in Dwight's title. The security threat is right there, and it seems that Jim must have forged this signature because that does say Fart. And Dwight flashes his security badge for just a moment in the episode later, and here you can see that he did fix his middle name, but it still says to the, and it still has security threat.
Can you imagine if I was deranged?
So this sequence that starts with,
Someone replaced all my pens and pencils with crayons. I suspect Jim Halpert.
might be one of my favorite moments of season 2. I guess we'll need to wait till my wrap-up episode to really conclude that, but regardless, the comedy and Jim's eventual realization are just brilliant. He moves from delighted to concerned as the sequence goes on, and the call out to the job opening at Stanford just moments before this is so extremely well done, very tightly edited. I really enjoy this sequence. But that does lead us directly into the deeper meaning. Let's dive in.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Obviously, the big focus of this episode is on conflict resolution. Michael breaks it down, sort of, during his initial sit-down. There is a lose-lose, a win-lose, a compromise, a win-win, and a win-win-win. This is obviously a play on corporate nonsense because it's all just fluff. And even if you think about it, win-win is actually just win-win-win, because if you have a win-win, you already have a win-win-win.
With win-win-win, we all win. Me too. I win for having successfully mediated a conflict at work.
So there's really only 4 outcomes. And while I'm no conflict resolution expert, I'll go on a limb here and say that this book is peddling some world-class nonsense. For example, this exchange.
Okay, that is called a compromise, and it is style 3, and it is not ideal.
Michael shoots down compromise like it's a bad word. Conflict occurs when someone has an unmet expectation involving someone else. As Michael says, when people work together, you have problems. This episode uses this over-the-top method to propel the Jim and Pam subplot forward. Jim has gotten bolder as this season has progressed, but you could tell that this conflict between them is coming to a climax. And it's funny because Michael is pretty much wrong throughout this entire episode. He turned an office that was functioning relatively well and turned it into a bitter and cold environment. Some grievances are best left unsaid. And that's what Toby's point was. Sometimes people need to vent and then they can move on from their problems.
And did you get what you wanted? Or were you merely listened to, you forget about your problem, and you move on?
Merely listened to, I forgot.
That is outrageous.
But the one thing that Michael does do in this episode is that he sets the framework for what's coming next in the casino episode.
When people work together, there is going to be conflict. You can't outrun your problems.
Jim realizes that his approach, which is also Toby's approach, just isn't working. You could see it in his face the moment that Dwight brings up the Stanford job, and you can hear it in his voice as this montage of pranks ends.
Moved it an inch every time he went to the bathroom. And that's how I spent my entire day that day.
So the message here is that some things are worth fighting for.
I'm in love with you.
What?
And then there are other things that are just not.
This is so much more offensive to me than hardcore porno. I'm talking about that.
Okay, stop.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, so Dundies. The Dundie for the great prop work goes to Phil Shea, prop master of The Office. And not just for these props here, which are great, they completely embody the corporate-y feeling. But also Michael has a Photoshop book on his bookshelf.
But I'm sort of an expert at Photoshop, so it turned out fine in the end. Very painful, and apparently some people throw up. But the next day they feel great.
It's great work. It's little touches like this that just add to so much. But all right, so let's give out one more Dundie. The Dundie for the best compromise goes to Michael, Angela, and Oscar. Every time I watch this episode, I forget about this plot line, and then this moment hits me.
Why do I have to do everything? Are you sure?
Oh, he's sure. Just shoot.
But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, as we close this thing out, I'm sure you're just dying to know the answer to that trivia question. The wedding is slated for June 10th.
But I did get to save the date after all. It's not my taste.
This episode aired in May, and for the most part, the setting of the episode tended to reflect the actual airing date of the episode, which means they're about a month away from their wedding and they don't have a place selected or a band chosen. But on to the ratings. This cold opening, it gets a 1 out of 5 for me. I've said it before, it's just an extended sequence of the episode. It just doesn't have much punch to it. As for the episode itself, I'm going to give this one a 2 out of 5. I'm just going to be honest, this one feels like a filler episode, which sucks because it has that great Jim and Dwight prank bit, but also because some of the ancillary characters are finally getting their moment to shine. Unfortunately, it's just not that good of an episode. But that's just what I think about conflict resolution. What are your thoughts? Am I being too harsh on this one? Leave your comments below. I'd love to hear what you have to say. And make sure you like and subscribe. Next week, we're going to be looking at the casino episode, which is the season 2 finale. It's already upon us. I'd like to thank everybody for your support, for your comments. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hello, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we are looking at the season 2 finale entitled Casino Night. This is the 22nd episode of the second season of The Office, or 28th episode overall, and it aired on May 11th, 2006. This episode is the first episode actually written by Steve Carell himself, which we're going to talk more about very soon. Casino Night was directed by Ken Kwapis, and the setup for this one is that Michael's hosting a casino night in the warehouse as Jim and Pam's friendship seems to be right back on track after the conflict resolution episode. All right, so for your Casino Night trivia, Scrantonicity is the name of Kevin's band. What is the name of the other wedding band mentioned in this episode? Stay tuned to the end to see if you got the right answer. But with that, Michael, take it away.
Old friends, new lovers, and the disabled, welcome all. Shuffle up and deal. No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, the first thing we have to talk about is that Carell wrote this episode. He only wrote 2 episodes of The Office. The Casino Night is one of them. It's regarded by fans as one of the best episodes in the series. And his other episodes, Survivor Man in Season 4, has a few of my favorite Michael Scott moments of all time in it. Carell not only completely understands the series, but he also deeply gets the character of Michael Scott. Some people, I tell you, they get all the talents. The way that Steve Carell actually came to write this episode is that he originally suggested this to Greg Daniels as a general idea for an episode. When it came down to plan the finale for the show, Carell's idea was selected, and Daniels asked Carell to actually write the script. Steve Carell began working on it immediately and was even quoted in an interview saying that he was working on the script on the flights to and from New York City to get the shots they needed for the Valentine's Day episode earlier in Season 2. Daniel said he was very impressed with the script that Carell turned in, and as always, the writing team got right to work to punch everything up. And Casino Night is the first one that broke the 20-ish minute rule for primetime television slots on NBC. This was a supersized episode cut at 28 minutes, and with the commercials and everything, it would have been about 40 to 45 minutes. And of course, there's a whole story here too. As Daniels was completing this episode, he felt that the longer cut needed to be aired to keep the genius of the comedy and to tell the entire story. NBC initially seemed resistant to extend the finale that extra 10 minutes, and they told Daniels no. Daniels then publicly addressed NBC in an interview stating that there was a lot of good things in this one. In response, fans set up an online petition to supersize the finale, and I have to agree. This is one of the best episodes in the series to me, and I can't imagine what they would have cut. This episode is so good that I'm actually struggling to do this episode justice in this field guide. So I'm just going to do my best here. Instead of try to call out everything funny that's in this episode, which would take me 28 minutes, I noticed a trend in the jokes throughout this episode, which led me to write a new segment called I Think You Mean. Okay, the name is a work in progress, but here for the first one, Jim does my job for me. And here's how all these are going to go. Here's the setup.
I am going to donate to Afghanistanis with AIDS.
And here's the explanation.
Well, I think you mean the aid to Afghanistan.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Before I move on, though, I love this bit. It fills me with such joy. The cadence of jokes is so rapid in this type of sequence that it became known as a killing field, where jokes are just flying in from everywhere and everyone. And I have to stop gushing. There's no time for that. All right, back to I Think You Mean.
But it's for charity. and I consider myself a great philanderer.
I think you mean a philanthropist, as in one who acts in charity, not a philanderer, which is a ladies' man. It is a clever use of foreshadowing, though, since Michael has 2 dates that evening.
2 queens on casino night. I am going to drop a deuce on everybody.
I love this line so much, it's so good. But I think you mean, I'm gonna drop a bomb, meaning someone's gonna find out some truth tonight. Solid foreshadowing again.
I'm in love with you.
What?
Okay, that was fun, right? Okay, so there were a lot of other interesting production notes that we should talk about here. First, this line.
I don't really play cards, but I'm not gonna lie to you. It felt really good to take money from Michael. I'm gonna chase that feeling.
According to Daniels in the DVD commentary, was intended to kick off a reoccurring subplot of Toby's gambling addiction, but it was ultimately abandoned. I'd love to see where a gambling addict Toby storyline would have led. Which leads me to my real point. Why is The Office not being carried on as a comic series? I can just picture it now.
A comic book. It stars Jimmy Halpert, a mild-mannered paper salesman who, while riding his bike through the forest, is bitten by a radioactive bear, becomes Bear Man, wreaks havoc on the office. It's really good.
There's no time for this. Back to the list. According to another article in the TV Guide, Daniel says that the staff was completely split on how to present the final moments of this episode. There was a massive divide between the writing staff, the showrunners, and the cast. The writers mainly wanted to have this be a private moment that would have been only heard via the mics. The cameras wouldn't have known that this was going to happen, so they'd run around the corner to try to catch the action. It really reminded me of this moment.
Oh, I forgot my keys.
Do you need them?
Yeah, let's go grab them.
All right.
I didn't forget my keys. I just didn't want to make out with you in front of the cameras.
Both endings were filmed, but I don't believe that other ending has ever been seen outside of NBC. If you know if it exists, leave it in the comments. We'd all love to see it. And the last interesting production note that I saw, again from an interview, there were a lot of interviews about this episode. Daniels talked about a conversation with Brian Baumgartner. They wanted to frame Scrantonicity as a police tribute band, the reasoning being that Kevin speaks low and slow, and that group sings so high and quickly.
Great song, Kev. Oh my God, he's the drummer and the singer.
The only issue is that Brian Baumgartner doesn't play an instrument at all. So they settled on a drum because a lead singing drummer was the funniest idea that they could settle on. And while we're on the topic, another great moment of foreshadowing, what is that, 3 now? The song they are singing from The Police is called Don't Stand So Close to Me.
What do you expect me to say to that?
And then also while we're on the topic, the name Scrantonicity is a play on the Police album entitled Synchronicity. And moving on, there is so much stuff to talk about in this episode, I'm just going to rapid fire some commentary here. So here we go. Michael is really proud of himself for this.
I can look in the mirror and say, Michael, because of you, some little kid in the Congo has a belly full of rice this evening.
But then he says the money is going to
benefit the Boy Scouts of America.
Again, we do that every year.
Well, they need our money. They don't have cookies like the Girl Scouts.
Every sitcom needs to have the 2 dates in 1 night bit. Carell, writing this episode, turned this upside down years before Community ever did, by having the 2 dates find out about each other very soon, act cordially with one another, and Michael is the one blowing it way out of proportion.
Hi, I'm Jan. I'm Michael's boss.
Hi.
Bob Vance and Billy Merchant make reappearances in this episode.
Of this beautiful mini refrigerator, courtesy of Vance Refrigeration. Creed Bratton, Dunder Mifflin.
She was never my nurse. I met her at Chili's. She was my waitress.
Chili's is great.
And I still have high hopes to understand what's up with all the Hooters and Chili's references in season 2.
Can I get you a drink? The food is from Hooters.
Drink would be good.
Okay.
I also have to say that the seriousness that Kevin brings to the poker table with the glasses and his confidence are entirely lacking in his day-to-day job, and I love it.
All in.
Okay, that was a lot, and I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface even. But don't worry if I haven't got to your favorite bit yet, I'll still call out more during the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
This episode is great. There is a theme throughout this entire episode revolving around characters putting everything on the line. Casino Night, similar to the last 2 episodes, create this big in-your-face scenario, to simply propel the Jim and Pam subplot forward. This episode is just full of people winning
Creed Bratton, Dunder Mifflin.
and losing.
You really screwed that up.
Wow.
Even the people who think they have a leg up in the game,
I'm pretty good at poker.
I expect to do very well tonight. When he gets a good hand, he coughs.
clearly come out empty.
Look, I won. Look, I have all the clovers. You want to play again?
I suck.
And I should also call out that Michael's love triangle is set up to juxtapose the depth and subtlety that is Jim and Pam's relationship compared to the shallow and lurid triangle. But my favorite thing in this episode is Jim and Pam's standoff at the game of poker is a metaphor for their entire relationship. One thing I love about it is that it's shot as though it's a head-to-head game, but there's actually one more player in the background, Kevin, who, in the metaphor here, is a stand-in for Roy. For 2 seasons now, we've watched Jim and Pam go back and forth, with Roy just subtly in the background. Even in this game, it's obvious that they have a subtle, nonverbal way of communicating, and that's even shown in the opening sequence. And all of this speaks to the connection that these two have with each other. As the game continues, Jim goes all in, and that parallels what he's doing at the end of this episode. And in one more element of foreshadowing, the way that this showdown ends with Pam still holding all the chips parallels exactly what happens later in this episode. It's just genius writing. And I've been on forums, Reddit, Facebook, whatever, for years, and I've seen so much misunderstanding about what happens in this scene.
I can't. I'm really sorry.
I understand that with all art, we bring our own experiences in while reading that work. So I thought this might be a good time to give Pam's perspective here, based solely on what we've seen, but also what I would consider some safe assumptions. So what do we know about Pam up to this point in the series? Well, Pam, who is a lovely, yet quiet and insecure soul, began to date Roy at some point in high school. Roy, who was a football jock, dating Pam, who was a meek, artsy girl, probably led to her feeling very special. So as that relationship continues, Roy eventually proposes to Pam. And this is probably the greatest moment of her life. So she would start planning her future, living in Scranton, having babies with Roy, and life just seems like it was falling into place. But then the shaggy-haired dude, Jim Halpert, enters the picture. It's safe to assume that she immediately feels a connection with Jim, and though she might have some subtle feelings for him, she decides to keep being friends with him because, well, who else in the office does she connect with to make the days go by faster? As years go by, their friendship solidifies. With Jim, she's free to be herself. She's free to dream about her future. She's just free. And again, I think it's safe to assume that throughout season 1 and season 2, she begins to recognize that Roy doesn't treat her the way that Jim does. Roy doesn't make her feel the way that Jim makes her feel. But what's she to do? Pam's identity at this point for years has been intertwined with Roy. If she has feelings at all for Jim, she has no reason to think that he's not just being flirty. After all, he's playful with everyone. If she leaves Roy to pursue something with Jim, she's saying goodbye to the life she's been planning for years. So, she presumably shoves these feelings deep down and does her best to maintain the deep friendship she has with Jim. But I assume she thinks as long as she doesn't cross any lines, it's going to be fine. But now, we've hit casino night, a month away from the wedding that, for years, she's wondered would ever happen. Jim walks up and says,
I was just, I'm in love with you.
What?
Can you imagine the emotions, the questions reeling in her head? She's shocked, she's confused, she's angry at herself for not acting on her feelings sooner, possibly even angry at Jim for waiting so long to confess his feelings, and saddened by the fact that Jim just went all in, because she knows that there's no coming back from this one.
So don't be stupid, just take it back.
Oh, I'm sorry, he can't, sir. He's gone all in.
Okay, well, right, whatever.
She's not that kind of person who can just go chase some wild fantasy. She now, in a split second, has to decide if she's gonna fold or she's gonna call. And she doesn't say she doesn't have feelings for him. She only repeats, I can't. And Pam, searching for anything to make this go away and return to some sense of normalcy, throws out an apology.
I'm really sorry. if you misinterpreted things.
See, turning down Jim here isn't just saying goodbye to someone that she flirts with. This is someone she has a deep friendship with. Someone who fulfills her on some sort of deep, intimate level, and obviously has some physical chemistry too. She knows that Jim putting it all on the line like this is going to result in both of them losing. Right or wrong, the Pam we see here isn't vindictive, but rather someone who's trapped in their own ways. Should she have acted sooner on her feelings for Jim? Sure, I guess. Is she the most awful person in the world because she wanted to maintain a deep friendship with Jim? I mean, that's just human.
It's only human natural.
We can argue all day whether she should or shouldn't have done anything, but what is shown in this episode is key to the relationship, which is the realistic and also nuanced portrayal of two human beings with human baggage figuring out life slowly but surely. And that's the beauty of the writing here. The integrity of the mockumentary isn't disrupted by this at all. It feels real. It's ultimately this deep-seated friendship that they have that leads to the unrelenting love that they have for each other.
Jim said mixed berries? Oh, wow. Yeah, he's on to me. Come on, you can tell me. Jim, you can tell me anything.
I'm in love with you.
You came up to my desk and you said, this might sound weird, but that mixed berry yogurt you're about to eat has expired.
That was the moment that you knew you liked me.
Yep.
You are everything.
Thank you.
And with that, the poker game and this episode concludes with an unsatisfying plethora of emotions. And that's the deeper meaning for this episode. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It rarely feels like it's perfect. But with no risk, there's no reward.
Hey, you know what? If luck weren't involved, I would always be winning.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to dangle the Jim Pam plotline in front of us so that they would get people talking off season. Genius move by Greg Daniels and the rest of the crew. But with that, let's give out some awards.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the best receptionist goes to Pam Beasley.
Say, Biz, is it real good?
Still me. Sometimes I don't put Michael through until he's already said something. I look at it as a practice run for him.
She doesn't have to do this, and I laugh every time.
Jan Levinson, I presume.
Still me. Jan, here's Michael.
The Dundie for the best misleading information goes to Daryl Philbin.
Dink and flicker. Dink and flicker.
This bit is the best.
I taught Mike some phrases to help with his interracial conversations. You know, stuff like fleece it out. Oh yeah, I taught him a handshake too.
And never before has this been done, but I'm awarding 3 Dundies today. Casino Night truly is a magical episode. The Why Are You the Way You Are Dundie goes to Toby Flenderson. Thank you, office, for this gift. I use it daily.
Why are you the way that you are? Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way.
The entire momentum of this episode comes to a screeching halt to put on this bit. It could have ruined the first act. Instead, it's one of my favorite bits of all of season 2. Bravo. And with that, let's rate this one.
What gives you the right?
I'm going to breeze through this because there isn't going to be many surprises here. So for the cold opening, this one gets a 4 out of 5. It's high energy, it sets up the episode, it has a great punchline that's reused throughout the episode. I also read that this is an homage to a Twilight Zone episode, which is cool and all, but at this point, isn't everything? All right, and so for the episode itself, the casino night gets the fabled 5 out of 5 from me. In a word, this episode is brilliant. As I said before, the story of The Office is propelled through this episode, but the comedy never takes a back seat to the drama until the final moments of this one. The acting is incredible, the set design is fantastic, Carell and the rest of the writers did amazing, and Quapis pulled together a masterpiece of an episode. And I didn't even get to everything in my notes. I could sit here and live stream an episode on repeat for 2 hours and not run out of things to talk about for this one. But as we close this one out, let me give you the answer to the trivia question. Scrantonicity is the name of Kevin's band. What is the name of the other wedding band mentioned in this episode? And that answer is Till Death Do Us Rock. Which is just great. And you just know that someone had the assignment to come up with a list of 50 different pun-based wedding band names. I love this show. So that's all for Casino Night. But that's not all for Season 2. Stay tuned next week as we wrap up Season 2. In my wrap-up episodes, I talk about the best and the worst of the season. I talk about the major plot lines and any other relative conversation to the season. And I'll also be dishing out some Dundies for the best episode, the best cold opening, the worst cold opening, the best bit. So if you don't already, follow me on Facebook, the link's in the description, and I'll be adding polls daily starting today through the next week. So get over there, follow me, and cast your votes. I can't believe that Season 2 is already behind us. When I started Season 2, I only had 17 subscribers, and now I'm up to 700,490... What? Oh, I only have 300 some? I only have 300 some, but that's awesome. And I do appreciate everyone tuning in and watching. Leave a comment with your favorite bits from this episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Well, here we are at the end of Season 2 with its ups and downs. For some, Season 2 of The Office is one of the best seasons of television of all time. And in this season, we see what the real focus of this show is: the relationships. Season 2 is comprised of 22 episodes directed by a combination of 7 unique directors and 10 unique head writers. So let's dive right in to see what made Season 2 so good.
No one asked you anything ever?
First up, the show had a complete makeover. Season 1 leaned into the cringe in the same way the original British version did. And I'll be honest, cringe humor just isn't my thing. I don't get it. Am I supposed to be feeling very awkward? So much that I'm intended to laugh as a way to medicate my shaky comfort level? Regardless, with Steve Carell's sudden star power thanks to 40-Year-Old Virgin, NBC all of a sudden had a movie star under contract for one of their primetime television shows. With this, the studio began to make some demands after ordering the first 6 episodes of Season 2, with 2 main rules. Carell couldn't be the villain of the series, and each episode needed to end with an inkling of hope. This is how Michael Scott moved from this...
I'm Hitler! Adolf Hitler!
to this. Michael has his moments of awfulness in Season 2.
Ryan!
But we tend to be able to easily see through that facade to see what makes him tick. And Michael Scott didn't just have a personality makeover. Carell also had lost some weight for the 40-Year-Old Virgin, so Daniels opted to lean into that to give Carell a less greasy used car salesman look. And sorry if that's offensive if you're a used car salesman, but moving on. Another key element in this makeover was the office itself. Season 1 was shot in a real office building. Season 2 and onward were shot on a soundstage on NBC's backlot, except for the various times they went on location.
Pam, you are Marianne. It's fast, it's efficient, get you there on time. It's a way to... Okay, here's a guy pooping in a cardboard box down there.
Blood alone moves the wheels of history.
And with the soundstage, the lighting vastly improved. And while that sounds minor, walk into a poorly lit room and try to feel hopeful or optimistic. Lighting is a really big deal, and it can make a major difference. Hashtag lighting matters. And to captivate a larger audience, NBC moved The Office to Thursday night as part of their must-see TV lineup. So with this new makeover in place and 6 episodes ordered, Daniels and team wrote up The Dundies, Sexual Harassment, Office Olympics, The Fire, the Halloween episode, and The Fight. Kicking right off in the season premiere, the show was huge, and the rest of the season was ordered very soon after. So what resonated so well with the audience? Well, for that, let's move over to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
As with most episodes of Season 2, The Office works on 2 levels. On the surface, it's about the in-your-face craziness that Michael Scott pulls as the regional manager of Dunder Mifflin Scranton. Under that is the nuanced, realistic portrayal of humans in the American workplace. And while that statement could ring true for the entire series, there's something very pure about Season 2. And it's my belief that this realism, nestled within the Jim-Pam plotline, is what resonated so well with audiences. Not many of us work at a mid-range regional paper company in Pennsylvania. I mean, I guess someone who's watching this might work there. That person's probably freaking out right now. Regardless, even if all the parameters aren't the same, all of us know a Kevin, a Stanley, a Ryan, an Angela, a Phyllis, and whomever else. Even the Jim-Pam plotline feels so real and relatable, we just get it. In this season, we get a vision set for what our corner of the world could be like. And we get to live vicariously through these characters to experience some truly gut-punchingly awful moments.
Wow! Who opened the morgue for this thing? I was just driving by, I thought I'd drop in. There's some wine. I would love a glass if you're gonna open it.
And in a way, that's life. In a single day, we can experience high highs and low lows. And before The Office became The Office, Season 2 has all the ingredients of what is genius about The Office. But I'll get to that later. And there are a lot of messages in Season 2, but I'll pick the one that I think resonates the most clearly. Coming from Dundies all the way through to Casino Night, I believe the resonating message is, take your shots when you get them. The amount of silence and unspoken messages is a reoccurring motif throughout this entire season.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. What? And this is a card. Because Christmas is the time to tell people how you feel.
It's incredible. Is this the boggle timer?
I didn't think you were gonna get that one. I really didn't.
Sometimes I just don't get Roy. Jim, you can tell me anything.
Culminating finally to this moment.
I was just, I'm in love with you.
What?
I love this show. But with that, let's give out some awards. The most cringy scene in Season 2. The nominees are Jim, Put Me Down.
Oh my god, hey, put me down. Hey.
Michael's Fundle Bundle tape.
100 friends, and no one can say no to being my friend.
Michael crashes the barbecue.
Karaoke, I love it. I am a karaoke fiend. I call dibs. I got next up.
Michael crosses the line.
Worried about getting a boner. Good work today, everybody.
And the breakup.
Wrong with you? Why did you even bring me here tonight?
I don't know. Let's break up.
Whoa, what?
All right, and the most cringy scene of Season 2 goes to Fundle Bundle. I said it best in that field guide. This moment hits me in the gut with the force of 1,000 cringy suns. Michael's forced in this moment to realize that he did not grow up to be who he wanted to be. Well-deserved Fundle Bundle. I still had a blast with that Jay Callender interview. Check that one out after this video. All right, the next award. The best cold opening of Season 2. The nominees are The Exercise Ball, The IT Guy,
Called him. What?
The IT tech guy and me did not get off to a great start.
The What's Up Dog,
What's up, dog?
Gotcha! Oh, God.
Boys Being Boys,
You all right, Ryan?
Right.
Yeah.
Pam!
The Pyramid,
I have to go make a call.
and The Casino Night Telepathy.
Oh my God.
And the winner for the best cold opening of Season 2 goes to Boys Being Boys.
Pam!
All right, we're cruising right away. These award shows go by super quick if no one is there to accept the awards and the awards aren't real. All right, next up, the most heartwarming moment of Season 2. The nominees are the award ceremony, slow dancing, completing the harmony,
Tender love is blind. It requires a dedication.
the teapot,
No, I was just checking out my present. But I traded with Dwight.
Michael gets invited somewhere,
Who's in?
I'm in.
Yes. Michael? Paul Richards?
Yeah, that sounds good. Christmas is awesome.
and the kiss.
Listen, Jim.
And the winner is the award ceremony. It's so good. And Michael tears up at the end. It's just amazing. All right, let's go negative for this one. The worst episode of Season 2. Nominees are The Fire,
Maybe we should get some air. I'm okay. I'm really uncomfortable.
The Fight,
The Michael is all cursive, Scott all caps, left brain, right brain, or duality of man.
Could you practice on the form?
Performance Review,
We're learning and we're figuring some stuff out. You need to do something about your coffee breath.
You
Okay,
need to
no,
do something
shut
about
up,
your-
Shut up, Dwight. Okay.
Booze Cruise, Michael's Birthday,
Hello, what about the birthday boy? Haven't had a hug all day.
No one cares about your birthday.
or Conflict Resolution.
That'll be another 20.
What?
Angela, I want
press
to
the
talk
button.
to you about something. What?
No, Pam.
I am. It's about the save the date.
Pam, it wasn't her.
What?
And the loser is Conflict Resolution. I don't like it. While other episodes have portions or reasons why I'm not a fan of them, the Conflict Resolution episode is basically the definition of a filler episode. There's one good moment in that episode, and it's in a nomination coming up soon. Overall, I'm just not a fan of this episode. But let's bring it back in the positive. The funniest bits of Season 2. Nominees are Jim Dwight Unfilmed Pranks,
This morning I found a bloody glove in my desk drawer and Jim Halpert tried to convince me I committed murder. I think he may be the real murderer.
Ryan Started the Fire,
Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Ryan started the fire!
Michael's Grilled Foot,
Glean bacon. It is delicious, it's good for me, it's a perfect way to start the day. Today, I got up, I stepped onto the grill, and it clamped down on my foot.
The Casino Night Killing Field.
Afghani.
That's a dog.
No, that's Afghan.
That's a shawl.
Wait, canine AIDS?
No, humans with AIDS.
Who has AIDS?
The Jim Dwight Interrogation.
Knock it off, okay? I'm interviewing you.
No, you said that I'd be conducting the interview when I walked in here. Now, exactly how much pot did you smoke?
And the Threat Level Midnight Table Read.
Samuel, you are such an idiot. You are the worst assistant ever. And you're disgusting. Twigged?
And the winner of the funniest bit of season 2 is the Jim Dwight unfilmed pranks. See, it goes to show that even the worst episode of the season can still have nuggets of exceptional in it. And for the big one, the best episode of season 2, the nominees are The Dundies. This premiere kicked off the new heart of the show.
Tonight is the Dundies, the annual employee awards night here at Dunder Mifflin, and this is everybody's favorite day.
Office Olympics. This episode introduced us to a lot of characters and had exceptional heart and fun.
It's Phyllis! Phyllis Byandos, gold medal in Flernington.
Flunkerton!
Thank you, delegate from Iceland.
Christmas Party. The dramatic tension combined with the holiday setting created a whirlwind of an episode.
Stanley Hudson. Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
Ryan Howard.
Bob Vance, Vance Refrigeration.
What line of work you in, Bob?
Valentine's Day. I'm just a sucker for New York City.
Here it is, heart of New York City, Times Square, named for the good times you have when you're in it.
Drug testing. I had a blast analyzing this episode for the field guide. Very deep, very funny.
Which is unfortunate because, as it turns out, Dwight finding drugs is more dangerous than most people using drugs.
Casino Night. This finale set the bar high for what a quality episode of The Office is.
2 queens on casino night. I am going to drop a deuce on everybody.
And the winner of the best episode of season 2 goes to Casino Night. And if I had a bar chart, this episode would be off the chart. Oh look, there's one. See? Off the chart. Anyway, I went on about Casino Night for over 20 minutes. It's genius. Overall, my take on season 2 is that it's just great. Before the pressures of juggling fan expectations, dealing with actor contracts, and everything else The Office had to deal with throughout the years, season 2 hits right in the sweet spot of pure, genuine comedy. It's hilarious, it's optimistic, it manages the cringe, and it also gives us the feels. And so, to close us out, I'll see you next week with the season 3 premiere, Gay Witch Hunt.